Then, if yung pinili nyo pong color is aakma po sa color na lalabas po dito, meron po kayong sticker. Sticker na. Then, if hindi man, meron tayong 3 tries.
Oh, 3 tries. 3 tries. So, pero isa lang yung ganito ko?
Isa lang.
Okay. So, yun. Try natin, kuya.
Ika.
Uy, tatayarin nata sila, kuya.
Tatayarin kayo.
Dito kay, Agudo. Ang cute, eh.
Yeah.
Uy!
Uy,
panalo ko. I won, guys. I chose Agudo, then 3 greens. So, yun guys, pwede kayong pumunta dito sa HOK Carnival. Marami kayong makukuha. So, nakaka-enjoy. So guys, we're done with the carnival. We're just waiting for our game. So, let's go. We're gonna start.
Isip tayo ng basketball first team, basta huwag tayong maniliburan sa dama.
Sadly, we lost the game against APG. They're really good, but for my teammates, I think we're gonna do better for the next time. Like, it was a big lesson for us. The experience that we can get here it's amazing. So I'm excited for more. So hope to see you guys soon in the next tournament. Bye. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Jipu.
Hello， 大家好，我是成都一超会 Cat。
Hi everyone, I'm Bai.
Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Aiman.
大家好，我是 No Fair。
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC2025.
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time.
And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakandang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportan natin ang Boom pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
我们马尼拉见。
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
不见不散。
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Kasama palagi, kami ang PPL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Hey, Car, something? Oh yeah. Hi. I'm gonna show you to my room. Welcome to Car. Hi. This is Car's vlog. I'm gonna go to my room. I'm gonna show you something. So let's go. Let's go to our room. This is Miggy, my roommate.
So please.
Sorry guys, our room is messy, you know. Because we're both, boys. We're done preparing because we have a match against APG in the lower bracket for KIC2025. We're very excited because, we didn't expect that we're gonna make it until top 6, playing our game, showing what Filipino can do. So yeah, I'm not expecting for anything for this tournament. I'm just, I just want to showcase my talent to the other regions and my team especially. Like we want to, to prove that PKL is closing the gap to MKL. So let's ask Nicky also. It's sleeping, bro. Bro. Uy. What's your hope for our tournament?
I hope that we can prove what PKL is capable in the tournament.
So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm with my teammates, especially now in this tournament. So yeah, we're going to the venue now because we have a match. So let's go. So now we're arrived at the venue. We're gonna go to the waiting area, player room, while waiting our game. So hi guys, we're here in the carnival. So we're gonna try this Luban's Barrage. So let's go. Hello po, boss. Hello po. So paano po yung laruin?
Target series. Siyempre gagamitin po natin yung Luban's, pa rin po din.
Nanalo na ba kayo?
Yes!
Okay, nanalo na sila.
Go, Carl! Go! Kaya mo yan!
Let's go, Carl!
Pabaliktad! So 1.9 kuya. Okay. Meron pa. Sayang. Isa pa. Meron pa. 4 bullets more. So ngayon tapos na tayo dito kay Luban. Tatanungin natin kung ano experience nila. Ikaw kuya, ano experience mo dito?
Ayun, yung pagbaril mo sa Honor of Kings na badge, yun lang.
Masaya naman.
Oo, masaya naman.
Ikaw kuya?
Ayun, katulad nyo, masaya and syempre, thrill yung laro.
Nakaka-enjoy po. Nakaka-enjoy. So, ayun guys, tapos na tayo dito. Nag-enjoy naman ata sila. So, ayun. Thank you po. Salamat po. Thank you po. Ingat po kayo. Thank you po. Ingat po. Salamat po. Thank you po. So, we're done with Luban's Barrage. For now, we're gonna try Yixing's Boardmaster. So, let's go. Hello po.
Hello po.
So paano po siya laruin?
So, dito po sa Yixing's Boardmaster, para lang po siyang color game, if
Okay.
familiar po kayo. So, bibigay ko po ito sa inyo, then pili lang po kayo ng isa. Then, if yung pinili nyo pong color is aakma po sa color na lalabas po dito, meron po kayong sticker. Sticker na. Then, if hindi man, meron tayong 3 tries.
So, 3 tries.
3 tries.
So, pero isa lang yung ganito ko.
Isa lang.
Okay. So, yun. Try natin, kuya.
Ikaw.
Uy, tatayarin nata sila, kuya.
Tatayarin kayo.
Dito kay, Agudo. Ang cute eh.
Yeah.
Uy, panalo ko. I won, guys. I chose Agudo, then 3 greens. So, yun guys, pwede kayong pumunta dito sa HOK Carnival. Marami kayong makukuha. So, nakaka-enjoy. So guys, we're done with the Carnival. We're just waiting for our game. So, let's go. We're gonna start. Sadly, we lost the game against APG. They're really good, but for my teammates, I think we're gonna do better for the next time. Like, it was a big lesson for us. The experience that we can get here it's amazing. So I'm excited for more. So hope to see you guys soon in the next tournament. Bye. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Jipu.
Hello， 大家好，我是成都一条伟 Cat。
Hi everyone, I'm Bai.
Hi guys, my name is Shafiq Aiman.
大家好，我是 No Fehler。
很开心再次能够回到 KIC 的舞台。
很开心再次回到 KIC。
I'm really happy to share that I will be attending the KIC2025.
这次我将以一个新的身份参与在菲律宾的 KIC 表演赛。
And I'm very happy to join KIC 2025 this time.
And I'm really happy to share that I'll be going to the Philippines for KIC 2025. And I'll be participating in the show match as well.
And I will also be participating on a show match.
期待在表演赛的舞台上见到更多的国际朋友们。
这一次在马尼拉要和大家打一场特别的表演赛，能和这么多海外的朋友们一起打比赛，是一件非常有趣的事情。
And I will be making appearances for all 3 days as well as participating in the epic show match 5v5.
Guys, kita-kits tayo sa 28, 29, 30 sa Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Sa 30, kakandang SB19. So, abangan nyo yan. Tapos, syempre, supportan natin ang Boom, pati Blacklist.
Make sure to watch KIC 2025 and send your support.
我们马尼拉见。
See you there.
我们菲律宾见。
竞赛。
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Kasama palagi, kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Hey, Car, give me something. Oh yeah. Hi. I'm gonna show you to my room. Welcome to Car. Hi. This is Car's vlog. I'm gonna go to my room. I'm gonna show you something. Let's go to our room. This is Miggy, my roommate.
So clean.
Sorry guys, our room is messy, you know. Because we're both, boys. We're done preparing because we have a match against APG in the lower bracket for KIC2025. We're very excited because, we didn't expect that we're gonna make it until top 6, playing our game, showing what Filipino can do. So yeah, I'm not expecting for anything for this tournament. I'm just, I just want to showcase my talent to the other regions and my team especially. Like we want to, to prove that PKL is closing the gap to MKL. So let's ask Miggy also. He's sleeping, bro. Bro. Uy. What's your hope for our tournament?
I hope that we can prove what PKL is capable in the tournament.
So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm with my teammates, especially now in this tournament. So yeah, we're going to the venue now.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Every day, put in work.
It's time to decide who is the final team that will march towards the grand finals to meet HomeBois Blackstreet Esports. But the news right now, MKL's team's absolute domination in this tournament, taking on top 1, top 2, and top 3. But journey's not over yet. We need to find out amongst Nova Esports and Alpha Gaming who will become victorious and who will take the plane home. My name is Sagi HOK, your desk host and analyst for today. And with me is the caster line of the Voices of the Gorge. We are having Blam back to the broadcast and also Kindofu. Welcome back.
Right, it is going to be an interesting time because now it is a MKL versus MKL. This is the MKL, finals, rematch, everything. I mean, at this point, it's the Kingmakers reckoning, the last stride to the throne, right? And we want only the best team. So once again, we're going for another best of 7.
Exactly, potentially another full best of 7 here. I mean, we've been literally starved of them in this knockout stage. We haven't had a single one given us to us just yet. Since that 4-day break, and it is going to be the MKL mashup between APG and Nova Esports. Both teams almost playing 5 games, could go for another 7 games here.
But you have to really observe the tempo that's going on behind these players' minds. With Alpha Gaming getting a decisive and dominant 4-1 victory over Blacklist National, the same cannot be said for the side of Nova Esports. They suffered a 1-4 defeat against HBSC, and that also opened up the flaws of the Nova squad from the side of HBSC. So that is an exam paper with the answers given over to the side of Alpha Gaming.
I would even go as far to say they got a big whooping over there. And we'll take a look at the stats here. Still pretty close between the two teams, but you know, Alpha Gaming did fall quite a few times, so they have a little more average deaths per match.
Yes, here, obviously, it's very, very neck and neck here. Obviously, there is not a lot of difference here, like you were saying, Kim, but obviously, average deaths do go over to the side of APG. Maybe something not to be too proud of, considering neither of these teams play the Athena.
That is true here, but so far in this tournament itself, the Athena has shown signs of defeat, where before the 4 days break, we were seeing like, okay, Athena is pretty damn strong. What are teams going to actually do with it? But today, Nova Esports, they did decode one of the strongest Athena users here, known to be HBSC.
Yes, and that's going to be quite an interesting point to pick up, right? So, Athena, there is a potential to take it away.
Yes, taking another Athena away has been one of the common bans so far within the knockout stage since we've resumed, but head-to-head is going to be none other than CY and Yulong in the head-to-head mashup here. Obviously, Yulong with the objective securing being about 4% more on average, but the damage going through here is definitely on CY's favor. But overall, less damage, but more kills.
And I do think that these two players share about the same hero pool. They both really value the picks, like the Luna, such as the Pei, and also the likes of the Musashi and the Tachibana here. So I'm very excited to see what kind of priority will be given over to in this first game draft.
I think this is more about how effective are you, right? The picks would naturally come because you can't ban everything. Obviously, as the game goes longer, there will be more heroes you won't be allowed to play. Number one, because of global ban pick. And secondly, of course, because of the picks and bans as well individually. So it really is, when you get the heroes that you want, can you make it count towards the scoreline?
But the best thing is, obviously, it is a new series, so these teams can play those heroes that they played in the previous series. Obviously, they are not still at the behest of the global ban pick, but first team coming to the stage very soon is going to be Nova Esports. Already taken an L, but looking to get a dub. Let's go and look at the boys in purple. First player to the stage once again is none other than Nova Schwan up into the clash lane. He may have 2 letters to his name, but he's looking for those 5 kills onto the gorge. It's CY. It's not wet and windy, it is Wendy, the fire ninja main in the mid lane. And coming into the farm lane, it's the firepower himself, Muchi! It's not your favorite kind of pit stop, it's way pits into the roam. He is the beast monster. And here they are, Nova Esports for the second time today, looking to get a dub onto the board, throwing up the Vs for victory. Let's see APG.
One more series, let's take a look at APG in the clash lane, Xiang! Putting up the challenger in the jungle, it is going to be Elong! Let's go right down the middle, welcome APG Shishan! And time to get all the gold, it is APG Sun! And the one that will cut you really deep, it is APG Saber! Welcome the roster of Alpha Gaming!
This will be an interesting matchup between these two teams here, but do bring me over the challengers here, Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they were once looking defeated on stage, right? But hopefully they have a bit of a brighter face with their potential tournament life on the line. This time it's CY into the jungle, Muchi into the farm lane, Chuan up into the clash lane, Wei Pit into the roam, and Wendy into the mid lane.
And this roster so far has been phenomenal throughout the entire 2025 year, but the remaining end of it has seen slimes of slumps because they have been consistently losing against HomeBois Blackstreet Esports in the upper bracket finals and in the MKL Grand Finals itself. So how do they redeem themselves? Because the upcoming challengers, their opponents, will be from the same region itself, Alpha Gaming.
I mean, redemption is definitely necessary, but the fire plays coming from APG, Sun Shishan, Yulong, Saber, and Xiang. This is not going to be an easy one because they are on a complete different story, complete different trajectory. They have gotten here with a 4-1 win, the complete opposite of Nova. So do they take that momentum, bring it into this final series of the day, a best of 7, and give them another 4-0 defeat?
I mean, that's the thing, right, as well. They've already played for Tournament Life already once before, so they know they can perform under pressure. APG coming to the stage for the second time.
But if we revisit back to the upper bracket semi-finals that they really played against each other, it was really systematically for the side of Nova Esports to debunk the playstyle coming in from Alpha Gaming here. So I do think that remaining of these two teams, whoever goes towards the grand finals, is no longer about the team identity. It's about who brings the more so of the consistency coming in towards the series.
And who lets pressure get to them. This
Correct.
is where you really get to see the true colors of a player, of a team, because the times will get difficult, right? And this one has to be the most difficult time because the difference between winning and losing is about $70,000 USD.
Oh, that's a lot of money here. And I also want to put in a perspective for you. If we were to look back into the team history of Nova Esports, at the very least for this year, they have never been into a lower bracket before. So I don't think this is a familiar ground for them. However, for Alpha Gaming, in MKL Spring, in MKL Fall, in this tournament itself, they are consistently in the lower brackets. So this is their playground.
It is their playground, unfortunately, for the side of APG, but for Nova Esports, like you said, it's an unfamiliar scene, and that has already been shown that the pressures are starting to show here with Nova Esports. Obviously, they did lose 4-1 to HomeBois Blackshrew Esports, and they've gone for the blue side once again, which did not bear them much fruit of favor.
But it's still a Nova selected side, right? Whereby if you see blue side, they will oftentimes prioritize a pick such as these fews, Guan Yu, the Arlie, or even the likes of the Mai Shunui. All these are priority picks here coming in from Nova. When they get their hands on these picks, it's how they formulate the suitable draft for their specific players.
But I think the biggest difference here is the fact that, look, I think we watched Nova today. That synergy is not coming through so far, right? They have landed the stuns, unbridled outburst by Wei Pit many a times. That game was fantastic. But where is the follow-up? This needs to operate on a team level. And APG, right based on the results of the previous series, APG is looking a lot stronger.
Very strong indeed, APG. Were very dominant, very clean as well, right? Obviously, they were the team to take down the final PKL representative, unfortunately, for those in Manila Bay, but there's still people in the audience, still believers within these two teams.
And also you can see HBSC players sitting there. They want to know who will be the eventual opponents of them coming into tomorrow's grand finals here. But without further ado, this is the lower bracket finals here. Winner of this series will be sent straight up to that grand final spot to face up against HomeBois Blackshrew Esports.
And loser goes home. Once again, I don't know, I've said this so many times today. And with this being said, nobody gonna start the bans first. The Dharma not allowed for Xiang. Xiang has been on fire today, finding many openings onto his opponents. And APG, they respond in kind. The lone pick is not going to be opened up, which means that there is a potential of an Arnie going to the hands of Muchi.
Ali coming through for the side of Nova's Muchi. I mean, we've seen some dominant performances with the Parasola so far within the KIC 2025, and it's definitely still one of those T0 picks, but APG not giving over that War Saint, the Guan Yu, over to Xuan.
One of the best performances so far in this year has been Xuan on that War Saint here, so removing that makes a ton of sense to mitigate that tempo here, but you do give over the Parasola early towards the Muchi in this game. Number one here, for APG, you have a lot of angles you can explore. The Direnjie, the Mai Shunui, all these are available options coming in towards this game.
Yeah, right now, game number one, the pool is so open. Or as you like to say, Blam, the ocean is very deep for this one. And APG, they straight away snap pick the Mai Shunui, the Fire Ninja, along with the Spark Mace. These are the two combinations that the RD is really scared of.
This is very comfortable draft thus far coming in from Alpha Gaming here. But you know Nova Esports, you give them the early, they will come in with the Ogron and Diadea. This is their go-to strat every single BO7. This is also a repeat of what exactly happened in the series of themselves.
Yeah, CY getting that Ogren's pretty crazy, right, with the Diadea as well. Obviously, a lot of sustainability here for the side of Nova Esports, but APG are going ferocious with the Byron, with the Mai, and with the Yukio Tachibana.
He's definitely feeling it. He was the one that made that insane outplay in that clash lane just now against Blacklist International. So bringing that momentum in towards this series, definitely a good sign of confidence for Alpha Gaming in this game one.
I like this. High risk, high reward, right? Ukyo Tachibana, the Swift Strike, we've already seen. Damage output, insane. Lifesteal, insane. But once you CC him, he is a goner. And right now, that is the one thing that Nova doesn't really have in terms of shining. You want the Diadea to lock onto him, but who is then going to handle the Mai Shiranui?
Exactly. We're not talking about CCs in emails. We're talking about that crowd control here onto the side of APG. And like Sagi was saying, that outplay onto Blacklist where Just Chi went back in to re-engage and that triple kill came through was scary. But then you've also got to be looking out for the Fire Ninja as well as the Storm Mace as well. But APG are looking to take a little bit more control of the board here and take the board master off from Nova Esports.
You definitely see these two teams playing towards their comfort draft in this game alone. Of course, that Alpha Gaming here. No one is how is a stranger towards Shisan on that Fire Ninja Mai Shunui here. He's been one of the best performers so far on the pick, sharing the title with Wendy. So these picks coming in towards this game is already looking very spicy for these two teams.
This wins? Not for this game. This is about the late game. Right. I'm talking about late game of the series, right? They are inviting with the channel pick. It doesn't matter if it's an unfair matchup. The main important point is we get rid of the consort U because we want you to use that later on in the series.
Yeah, speaking of later on in the series, the consort U being banned out here, the Woodland Ranger, but then also obviously the Motsu here coming through as well. Still, obviously, really good setup against the Ogren here. Soul guy, the Peacebringer, is definitely using those cannon blasts to make sure they come from the bar, but it is going to be one of those counter picks into the mid lane. If you want to keep the Maestro checked in, it's the Milady that you are wanting to cast here.
Well, Mecha Boss being locked in here. This is also one of those signature matchups that Blam has featured so far. So, with all the Mecha minions that you spawn, the Maestro has actually one of the worst wave clears in the main roles itself. So, you're essentially locking him in lane and making sure that Shisan, you want to roam, then say bye-bye to your tower.
Now, this is a very important part, right? The macro game is so important for both teams. We've really seen how much you can do, especially when you don't have towers to defend against, right? And this is going to be a situation where if they find and make the right moves, Nova, this game number 1, could end really quickly.
It could indeed, but obviously the pack leader coming through here as well. We're going to have the minions going up against the Spirit Wolves, so there is going to be some additional adds onto the Gorge in this game number 1 between Nova and APG, but looking at this draft here, obviously CY, we know he's a Maestro on his Ogren and the Mayin. We're looking at obviously getting that takedown onto the potential Chano here.
I think Alpha Gaming's draft, it's like what Kin mentioned here. Yeah. Very high risk, but the reward comes in plenty. If they can get the game going, utilizing the Fire Ninja, utilizing the Peacekeeper, facilitating the tempo coming in from the side of Yulong, the game will go really smoothly for them. But on towards the other end of the spectrum, if they fail the early game, it's going to be a landslide, obviously going over to the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, this then places priority in the mid lane, right? You want to make sure that this Milady or Mecha Boss does not get the kind of growth they're looking for. Because if they go greedy on Nova and they just go for the initial Scepter of Reverberation pick, then you get a free burst. That is 1 ulti, 1 death.
But at the same time, though, obviously, if you use that ulti onto one of these heroes onto the side of Nova Esports, that CC is a crucial lockdown potential here, potentially on the Yukio Tachibana.
That could be the case here. And one interesting thing that I actually thought of as well, after seeing the mods that's being picked up by Saber, you kind of think like, oh, the mech minions are actually going to potentially block all those pesky cannon blasters coming in from the Peacekeeper here. So all these are theories that we can bring up in the drafting alone. But with both sides locking in 10 heroes here, we will be going into the lower bracket finals, game number 1 between Nova Esports and Alpha Gaming.
Yes, the MKL representatives fighting for tournament life on the line in this best of 7. It's going to be Nova going up against APG. Nova onto the blue side, APG on the reactive red here. APG just coming back off a fresh victory against Blacklist International.
All right, and we're going straight to a pause. That's going to be the most exciting part of this day, because this is going to help you build the anxiety, build the suspense for the match, because now we get to explore a little deeper into the details of the draft here, right? So let's explore this Swamp Seer skinned Milady pick against the Mai, and we obviously with the Mortar as well. There's one thing that straight away in the mid lane they did for this Milady, which is they waited for the minions to show up before they dropped those robots. I think that's a very important. A lot of people might overlook it, but saving your minions and bots to be able to form the Mega Bot is one very crucial part of Milady's gameplay.
And also, the composition, I really want to dive deep into the side of Nova Esports. Yes, your late game early isn't as strong compared to the likes of the channel here, but that's only if the channel is given the opportunity to scale towards that 4 or 5 item power spike here. If we were to put our focus on towards that Nova Esports draft, is looking very sharp and consistent, and this comes from a few things. You have the Ogren Diadea. This is already a very strong and early composition to snowball that game for you and for the early.
There we go, a very small tech pause there, just to build up the ambiance in the stadium between these two teams. But obviously CY trying to contest those balls, but then Saber's just like, hang on, have a range check, baby, those balls are ours.
That actually is a very important part of the game, right? So actually making sure that CY does not get the growth that he's looking for is very important. At the same time, he protects the camp. Yulong gets the growth that he's needed in this game so badly. Still and secure comes in for the side of Xuan here, which means APG, yes, they made the correct calls, but they don't get the rewards.
They're not reaping the rewards of these reactions and their rotations right now, but they're able to get that space right. Obviously very much not contested here by the side of Nova Esports, so definitely making the rotation back down to the bot side or even to the mid here, as you see now the Fire Ninja Wendy rotating background.
Right, I want to take a look at how this rotation will impact Wendy coming in. Now, this is not the usual Wendy hero that we see, right? Normally, he's very aggressive with the Mai Shiranui, the Fire Ninja. He's making this aggressive plays as well. But that risk is a lot higher with the Mecha Boss pick, right? The Milady not very mobile, a lot of risk taken when you dive a little bit too deep.
Exactly. If you are lost into the source on this pick, it's definitely going to be at your own despair or even demise. But here comes Xiang swinging with the Storm Mace. Wow. They get the CC. They get the lockdown already, and CY gets taken down.
And APG, I think they're still fresh off of that series win against Blacklist International. They're taking that momentum, bringing it into game number 1 of this lower bracket finals BO7.
That's what I was really scared about, and even more, Muchi should be scared here as well, having to use the parasol back to behind. That's T1 safety now, but Saber with Shishan here, getting caught out to that brush. He's going to die here, using that bit of farewell, but at the same time, Muchi looking pretty low. The Wolves coming through, but they answer the call, they get the trade. Can they get Saber as well? The Peacebringer may actually end his maker, and it is the takedown for Waypits.
Important win for the side of Nova here. The trade was absolutely necessary, but even with that, APG still lead by about 500,000. And this is going to be very important for the side of Nova. They need to match the pacing on the side of APG, because if they don't, this Mai Shiranui, especially for Shishan and Yulong on this Swift Strike, is going to snowball out of control.
That recent CD key really threw me up there. I thought it says we goop, but it's actually we go up. So if you put that into game, it's going to give you gilded skin here for Jing. We're back into the action right now. APG actually only ahead by around about 500 gold, which at this point in the game is not the difference maker.
And you know what? The formula is gold sharing, right? This is the reason why so many members actually group up in the lane. This is to be able to share the gold that is given to them, as well as the EXP. So APG, they're pulling ahead. They're trying their best too, but Nova, because they know what the strength of the composition is. Look, the blocking of Cannon Blast so effective, slows down the push potential. They get that group up, share gold, share EXP. They keep up.
Exactly. It's going to be hard to get those kind of blast hits when you have the extra minions kind of blocking off the airwaves of the enemy team, which would have been needed in that mid lane when CY got took down, but it was just so much CC at his feet that it just meant that he was going to be pretty much dead to rights here. But we're looking at Muchi into the bot side of the map. He does build that spark for Jagger. He's looking for that attack speed. He's looking for that lightning.
Yeah, right. The concern here for me is APG has a lot of control, right? You have the knockup from Shushan, because of the stun from Yulong as well. Ooh. A lot of potential for the kills, but let's take a look at this one. 4 minutes in. This is the rest, so it looks like Nova actually might not be too keen on this one.
Yeah, absolutely not. You see CY trying to rotate to the mid lane there, but a takedown onto Wendy's almost at a crucial point there, but it's going to be the hard link for Wendy that keeps him alive.
And at this point, Xiang's just doing Xiang thing. Oh, yeah. He's making sure he's soaking all the damage so that APG can come in for that counter strike. And for now, it's looking like it's the winning formula for now. They've extended the goal lead. Still less than 1,000, but closing in.
Yeah, Xiang literally swinging that mace like he's in a dark room and there's a ghost he's trying to like exercise with it or some kind of thing. But it's definitely doing the job right. It's keeping the way the members of Nova Esports, they do not want to face the Storm Mace himself.
Very curious about his item. It looks like Wendy's actually going for the Master of Agony. No, but it's the half build for the Venomous Staff as well.
Exactly. I mean, it would make sense as well, right? Obviously, the healing from Xuan, Xiang, sorry, and Yulong would definitely be at a detriment here now, but obviously Destiny counter. Saber flashing into that one as well. He has to use the flash to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and that's the risk, right? Or rather, that's the strength of Wendy's pick on this Milady, also known as Mega Boss. We'll see if the rotations will make sense for the side of Nova here. They're starting to trail by close to 1,000 already. And you can see, even though they have the robot minions coming down, Wendy unable to find that because there is a lot of burst potential from the side of APG's line.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like it's kind of like a 1v1 into the mid lane, right? We're seeing like always like a 2v2, 3v3. So really, locking down Shishan is not going to be a problem because it's like, hey, we've cleared out the minion wave, let's rotate somewhere else. And that T1 now to the bottom side of the map is really going to put pressure onto the side of Nova Esports.
Looking much better for APG, right? They don't even get a response on the top T1 for the side of Nova. Right now, APG already looking to put damage on the T2. The response is coming, but APG are waiting in the shadows here.
Yes, obviously missing out that skill shot there is Yulong. He tries to parkour over the wall, tries to get the CC, but they get the T2 infinitively here. So now, again, Muchi has not a single lane, so you're going to be really seeing him very vacant on that bottom side of the map. But he is trying to place that pressure, trying to get that trade at T1 topside now.
Immediately saved by the side of Xiang as well. Quite a bit of healthy damage, respectable damage put down by Muchi. Half the health of the T1 on the top has been taken, but less could be said for the side of Nova. The T1, T2 in the farm lane already gotten rid of. APG playing the map so well.
Yeah, the problem is when they have pressure then to that bot side of the map, you know for a fact that Crimson Golem is going to be taken for the side of APG and more than likely funneled over to Sun on Chana.
And look, they've taken a T1 at the top as well, mirroring every move that Nova is making. Not only that, here comes the disaster. Eternity Blade in the hands of Sun as well. This guy has been on form for that today. I mean, for every single series he's been on, he has been performing. And Sun seems to be the winning formula here.
Exactly. Don't stop him when he's on a good roll here, but that CC comes onto Yulong here from the Milady ultimate Mecha Boss, just dropping that big nuke of damage, but it's not going to stop him.
I would like to say that he's gated the damage, but when you take a look at it, it's still quite healthy, right? Yeah. The fact that Yulong had to expend his ultimate just to stay alive, that shows you the burst potential of Wendy, and see why going for the ominous premonition very quickly.
Using the Radiance here, we're trying to catch out for Waypit, trying to get that intel, but it's going to be a very reactive Saber there. He's like, you know what, I know they're going to use it, let's try and get it out of the way here, so that slow coming to this next team fight is definitely not going to favor, or at least be at the utility of Nova Esports.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So Wendy, this pick on the Milady, right? Yeah. The fact that Shishan is at the exact same level, has this pick worked out in favor for Nova? No. Because you want to keep them, you know, leashed.
Exactly, yeah. It's looking to try and like make sure that it kind of like keeps him down, but at the same time, if you're able to kind of maintain that pace, that you see here, yes, Wendy has a couple of like 200 gold ahead, but the Fire Ninja has not been placed down or even been stopped just yet. If anything, it's a crucial Rujin here coming in from the mid lane here now. They've been trying to save the side of Nova, but now ZY gets taken down using the Conductor Soul to think inside the box with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ultimate. Is going to be a lot of lockdown here onto the side of Nova. Have to use the Heartlink to stay alive, keep ZY as this Tyrant is alive.
And they stay alive, that's the biggest part, right? Xiang actually had to take a fall. He was hoping the backup will come. It did come, but still, APG could not get the punish, and that is the value of Waypit on this Diet here as well. We'll see how this is going to turn out, because right now APG finally, if they've extended this goal, it's going to be close to 2,000. It's going to be a small pull coming in from the side of the Yilong Swift Strike. Not too much to cause any big usage of the flash or the ultimate just yet, but APG, this is a healthy approach so far.
Very healthy approach. Obviously, like you were saying, Waypit onto the idea is definitely going to play a dividend here for the side of Nova, but at the same time, they cannot catch a break at these neutral objectives. The other third Tyrant going up the side of APG as they look for another ball into this mid lane, but we are starting to see that mid lane start to falter, right? Obviously, that T1 there looking not so healthy for the side of APG.
In fact, I would also add on, like, both the side lanes as well, not too healthy, right? Yeah. So if they manage to clear the T1s across the map, they balance out this deficit they're having now. And the mid portion of the gorge is going to be really dark for both teams, of which both teams have huge burst potential.
Exactly. I mean, if you can take down 3 T1s in certain ones, that's a fail smooth here to the side of APG. And they've taken 2 out of 3, and that ain't bad.
Yeah, take a look at what kind of difference can they make. They've broken the T1 in the mid. Great start, but the stuns are coming in. This will be control the law for the side of APG. One more slide.
It will be, but I mean, are they going to get CY off the gorge here? And the answer to that one, probably no. They're just looking to make sure they keep this Azure Golem alive, because this is now the direct consequence of losing that T1 into the mid lane, is that your Azure Golem, as well as your Crimson, are all at the helm of your enemy team. So now we have to put a bit of pressure on to APG to make sure they're getting the clean clears into their jungle. But now CY looking to approach the Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant that it is. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Claims it. Yulong makes a long play to claim that second form Tyrant here, but now Xiang does fall down for CY and Squad. They're looking for a little bit more. They're looking for the range, but it's going to be the Heartlink that saves them, and now the Parasola launching into the backline, but he gets taken down. Now it's left to Wendy to keep this mid alive.
I mean, this is perfect gameplay from the side of APG. The way they took that fight, sure, it was looking a bit dicey at moments, but they got the Tyrant buff, they got the win in the fight. 4 kills for the price of 2. This is absolute value for the side of APG. One more. Let's take a look at the instant replay here. The big setup, the most important part was the fact that Saber set up the thing inside the box to stop the smite from happening on the side of CY as well, and that's why Yulong got that Tyrant buff. And with the addition of the fighting prowess, they cleaned house with this one.
Absolutely cleaned house with all that. But I mean, at the same time, like he was quoting that kid, if they didn't get that Tyrant, APG, I don't think would have came out of that one as good as they did. So 4-2 trade overall, weren't able to get the lockdown on the Wendy. Wendy, and it still keeps a rolling that gold lead into the favor of APG.
You know what, at this point, if you're unfamiliar with what Premier HOK looks like, this is exactly what it looks like. One small mistake, a second of a difference, might cost you the game here.
Absolutely, as you can see, that T2 into the top side of the map looking pretty damaged now, so you're going to see that that's going to be one of the main focal points for the side of APG in this next 5 minutes. They look to open that T1 into the mid lane and do get it now, but Nova are doing well, right? They're keeping alive and taking those Crimson Golems, but now Yulong finds himself in a sticky situation in the L crush. Speaking of L's, there could be more here onto the side of APG, but maybe the turnaround could be it, but it's not. It's going to be Wendes, she shot into the backline, overextended there. Now Mooch gets taken down as well, so 2-1 trade overall. Make that a third. CY looking to clean up shop. Now, with Sun in a rock and a hard place, he gets taken down.
Overzealous effort. Saber might be the next victim as well. Commits the flash, but still getting chased down. CY, he might just escort him to the graveyard. Is it worth the chase though, really? Going in again?
I mean, you may as well, because you got Wendy pushing that mid lane, right? So just keep him pushed away. He can't use the cannon blast to stop this powerhouse that is Wendy.
Yeah, and take a look at the damage. This T2 is gone. And with that quick response from the side of Nova, exactly what you want to see from the number 2 MKLC. Because right now, it's number 2 versus number 3.
Exactly, 3 is definitely lesser than 2 when it comes into rankings. You want to be second place, not third, but APG have definitely shown themselves in this one.
Yeah, they have, but right now that advantage has gone all the way into the hands of Nova as well. Nova now, with one fell swoop, can actually take down the T3s in the mid and, you know, open up access into the crystal.
They could do, right? Obviously, they are literally laying waste. That mid lane was hoping that that was going to be what APG was looking to go for when they got that 4-bang onto their side for that 2 trade. But now, Nova's just like, you know what? We'll show you how to play this strat. We'll take a 4-man, we'll take a T2s, and now we're looking to open up that base. But now it is going to be Siak jumping in, but it's going to be the kill going up to Sun now. So Wendy, the cruise control when it comes to taking those turrets has been taken out of Nova.
Yeah, that's the blood potential that they're looking for, but right now it's really the tank, right? CY also has the blood rage, a very important marker for him to survive. And right now APG, they're making a beeline, they're trying to distract Nova from the actual objective, which is the Tyrant, but at the same time they steal this away. This will be great for APG.
Yeah, to get this double Tyrant, it's going to be huge here. We obviously see that CY, he claims the smite and claims Siang as well. Sun, Shishan looking pretty low, obviously scaring off to the backside of that team fight, but Sun now maybe at the falter here. He does use the leader stance. He uses the ultimate of Chano, but just to drive away Nova.
Alright, the Souls of the Wolves have come to the aid of the side of APG, but Nova, they have a saving grace. They have the Shadow Overlord at this point, so this is going to help clear one full wave and one full lane of minions away from the side of APG. Now, can that be the turnaround condition for the side of Nova?
I mean, you can imagine Nova's looking for a few pickoffs here onto the side of APG, dropping down into the mid lane, and then just look to open up that base a little bit further here. Because you can already see it, Bucci as well as Wavepit, they're trying to escort that Vanguard down to the bottom side of the map just to try and get an extra bit of T2 goodness from the side of APG.
I mean, if they can balance this map pressure, it's going to be huge. Bucci does get it for the side of Nova, which means they can now make a decision. Do they want to go back or do they want to bait APG into another unfair fight?
Or they might just take away their Jurgle and they try and do it, but Yulong gets a smite there.
I mean, we talked about the smite successes on both junglers, and of course Yulong has been pretty much up there against the other junglers across KIC2025.
Absolutely, and Maestro in his own role, but it's going to be the Vanguard being placed top side of the map here, so looking just to recreate that pressure. Now, in the opposite lane, obviously as the Vanguard charges through down to that high ground turret into the bot side now, we see all eyes are on the side of the last standing T2 here for the side of APG.
Not going to be easy at all. Wendy is already at level 50. You're going to hit that final marker of EXP. Nice block by the side of the Maple down from Muji. This could be the defining moment of the game.
It very much could so. Obviously, the half the passage just going to use that to try and like bait them into a bit of a team fight. Once again, he's just trying to make way, trying to get that zapping damage onto the side of APG, but Yulong having to use that ultimate to try and keep away that Vanguard of the T3 territory that's forcing their way in. Yulong gets the HP heal back, but maybe with the Conductor Souls, it's going to be enough to drive him out of that T3 territory. Siang looking like he's in a hard place here. Going to get Twan into that mid lane, but the Ruenji catches 3. But can they get any kills from it? No. Shishan falls, Xian falls, Saber falls, Yulong falls, Sun falls. It's a teammate for Nova, and they take game 1.
Beautiful game from the side of Nova, looking shaky at the start, but that's the risk you take with a composition such as this.
I think the overall gameplay thus far from both teams has been magnificent. The early play coming in from the Maestro Nui Mutsu and also the likes of the Ukutachibana has put a lot of pressure against the side of Nova Esports, but that's the cruelty of a high-risk, high-reward competition. If you don't get a strong enough lead to get your ball rolling into a 3,000 to 4,000 goal lead, it's insufficient to combat a well-rounded draft like Nova.
Yeah. So is it the ice cream that kind of saved Nova just now, during the break, or is this the fatigue setting in for the side of APG that is taking effect in this game number 1?
I mean, that might be the case, right? Endurance is definitely an issue when it comes into Honor of Kings. I mean, it's one best of 7. You managed to finish out in 5 rounds, but now you have to try and finish this one even quicker if you want to keep yourself going. And unfortunately for the side of APG, they lost game number 1 after a defiant early game.
And sometimes we talk about scrims, right? Like, scrim doesn't matter everything, but scrims also trains your endurance, but that only trains you of how many games you can play in the stress-free environment. But this is audiences looking at you, big muffles on your ears, so it emulates the experience that you are under super high pressure here. So I don't think these scrims really give you those sort of high-stake moments for you to really train the long-term, long series endurance.
Yeah, and here is the difficult, but the bare minimum for them to win this entire series, the shortest way to do it is a total of 9 games. Right now, because they have been given the first L in this best of 7, it is still 9 games. So we take a look at the itemization coming in here. The one player I'm super curious in is Wendy. So yes, he did go for the Mask of Agony as well. This is to help deal the percentage health damage, which coupled with the Venomous Staff is actually a very damaging kind of itemization against the likes of the tanks like the Byron and the Morton.
I think the Byron coming in from Xiang actually found a lot of successful moments in catching out members like Wendy multiple times, and also one of the few times was actually onto CY, which allowed the side of Alpha Gaming to push that strong early game lead, but they couldn't really capitalize more of that snowball.
Yeah, so I think this game is all about Wendy, right? When Wendy finds success, it is rare that Nova don't win a game. And especially, take a look at the damage dealt. 133,000 worth of hero damage dealt over to the side of APG.
Yeah.
They came back in such a strong force.
I mean, the fact that obviously Nova only took 1 Shadow Overlord compared to all the domination in the early game of the 2 Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant, and even an Overlord here for the side of APG just shows that if you stick to your guns, if you get that prime opportunity like they did in that mid lane, you can just make it sure you're getting and banking that victory in game number 1.
It's all about the late game decision making and all those big team fights, right? As we see towards the side of Shisan, we prize him for his Maestro Nui. The early game was looking fantastic for this young player here, but the key engages towards the backside, especially late games, wasn't as consistent to find those multiple few members. Especially, I remember a crystal clear moment where he used the Ryu Engine flash and it caught no one in the bottom lane.
Yes, actually that was the same exact moment I was going to point to. So not only did he use his Ryu engine, he used his ultimate as well, but it went in the entirely wrong direction, did not hit a single Kachosen. And this is not because Shusan is bad, but this is because there's so many targets you have to choose.
That's the difficult part here. But let's do award the first game MVP here to Muji here. His early was literally Maple dancing on the battlefield here, piloting that Parasola to a full extent.
Absolutely, the damage coming through here. 24% of that damage dealt and 20% of it taken, but you can imagine a lot of that was mitigated by that Maple dance, but the 537 KDA also puts him in the blitz, especially with his macro play.
13,000 gold, 6 slotted. This guy was a monster for sure. Yeah. And Muji continually proving that they are still one of the strongest teams in MKL. That number 2 stands for a reason. Now APG, now this is just game number 1. So let's take a look at how they're going to be able to change this insight and maybe shift their fates to get that fated rematch against HomeBois Blackshore Esports.
I mean, that would be the dream case, right? Obviously, getting back up into that upper bracket, getting into that grand finals for tomorrow, and getting that revenge, because obviously it is a revenge serve, this best served cold if you are Nova Esports.
And these are the moments that the Mortal actually puts in so much value for you, and Son going in for a Hail Mary dive onto Son, making a 1-for-1 exchange, giving back some of the lead into the hands of Nova from the early game.
And this is something that I think you have to notice across all the Nova games down here, right? The Nova games, sometimes you realize that, hey, they don't like to dive too much. Why is that so? And this is exactly the reason why. I think this is a moment that Shishan missed absolutely everything, got bursted down in an instant. And then the game just started to swing from there to the side of Nova.
That could have been a game changer if he actually found the correct angle on towards the backline members here. But due to the fact that he missed out that engager, the landslide of lead that Alpha Gaming has generated really came back to these moments. Because you see, even if Shisan got a beautiful engage, there was no one to really follow up with that big play.
They couldn't find a finishing flow, and I mean Nova, when you give them a room such space, and you know, with the advantage they had, not just in gold but EXP as well, you know the result is not going to be easy to look at.
Not being easy to look at is obviously the updated bracket right now for APG. They obviously just taken a 4-1 over Blacklist, but now Nova is showing that they are looking to stamp their second place within the grand finals, but also the MKL once again.
And this was the exact same way in the match number 7. Nova Esports started off the game with the Arlie Diadia and also Soul Guy combination. And in the same fashion, they got the game 1 win. It's a bit of a deja vu to revisit into this lower bracket finals.
So the number 4 goes to which team?
Well, only time will tell, right? Like Black usually says. But with this performance in mind, and as we know, Nova is a very, how would I say it? The word to say engine starting team. Like if you place your foot on the correct footing in towards the BO7, they come in fast and strong.
Yeah, they've got good pitch control, whereas APG, sometimes they do have a good smooth start within the car ride, but then they're like, you know what, let's floor it and let's see if we get the win, and then that's where you start to stall the car and stop on a hill and you start rolling backwards.
I mean, the silver lining for this is I feel like Yulong is not playing his number one picks in the jungle, right? The Ukyo Tachibana, they were kind of experimenting, okay, is this worth the counter matchup against the Ogren? You want to get the stun, get the big burst, and hopefully before he even gets his Conductor of Souls off, you have the knockout from Susan on that Maestro Nui, right? The Fire Ninja. But now, with this being said, this leaves the entire pool of mega early game hero-centric for the jungle available to Yulong.
I mean, in that game, potentially they could revisit into the heroes such as the Musashi. Because why? Ogren has healing, and the likes of the Diadeos has healing, and with the Musashi ultimate, you could also man-mark the Arlie in these attempts here, and you will be a pseudo-engage along with the Shisan to go towards that backline here, but maybe it's an experimental draft in Game 1 itself.
Right, let's see. APG, they pick up the blue side, so there's something they definitely want to wrestle for. Now, is it going to be the Arlie? Is it going to be allowed, right? Or do we just focus on the jungle, give the dangerous pay that we know Tigress into the hands of Yilong and let him tear the team to shreds?
Yep, let him cook with the Tigress. Could be the potential pickup here for APG onto the blue side. But I mean, we've seen some Dolias come through today. It's actually not been the most devastating in terms of combos, and it's actually been expanded pretty early within the drafts as well, right? Well, within the series, shall I say. And then we actually get to see when the Dolly comes through, we see the contestation of the Yang Jian, so that combo does not come through in its entirety, and we still yet to see the Dolia and Nutsa combo come through.
I think we saw Dolia Nutsa in the previous series on the hands of Blacklist International. Didn't work the best of the magics, which it's the same case like you mentioned here, Blam. Like the Dolia hasn't really found much success in today.
Maybe they need a deeper pool, you know, but with that being said, it's going to be the Maestro Nui as the prior ban for the side of APG. Now, this is going to open up the potential of the pay pick, but does Nova give it over, right? Do you have the confidence to deal with the Yulong pay here if you're on Nova?
I think there's a lot of options to really visit into. Like, we were introduced the fact that pay, yes, it's very strong, but there are available counters in the form of a Musashi, in the form of an Ogren is expanded, yes, Musashi, and also the likes of a Swift Strike in the form of Ukutachibana.
Ooh, okay, so betting out obviously one of Wendy's big picks, one of Schwann's big picks here as well, obviously the Byron for themselves, but now they're looking to obviously put a bit of an aim here back onto maybe even Shishan with the combing.
Okay, so they pick up the pay. The Tigers now looking strong for the side of APG. Will be locked in. Do we get the counter pick Ukyo Tachibana or do we get the Jing as well?
I think Nova...
Oh my god,
there we have it. It's gonna be the Athena, Rome, Hubbard, and locked in for the side of Nova Esports here. So interesting enough, this will be a fascinating one coming in towards the series itself.
Oh, very fascinating. I mean, even in the introduction, I was like, hey, neither of these teams play the Athena, and then Nova's
Exactly.
like, all right, bet, we'll pick out the Athena for you here. Blam, we'll show you how we do it in Nova Esports. But again, it's Muji getting the Lung here, which we've seen obviously a lot of promise from him with previous series.
But also, if you're Alpha Gaming, the way you view the game itself of how Nova Esports beat HBSC, one of the best Athena roam users in the tournament, you start to have a general idea. Get that double smite in for your jungle and roam, and pick a utility mage in the form of Shi or Lady Zen, and make sure that all the gold is funneled back into the pockets of Yulong.
I like the answer to this, because if you get that Silky imprint from the Shi second
Wow.
skill onto the Long, it can potentially force out the infinite faster. That's a very big ultimate to waste on a second common skill. But Nova, I like this answer, like the Luna pick. Is it going to be enough though?
It's very scary. Obviously, we've seen CY actually demolish the Athena in the early series, but now he gets to pair it up with the Boom Blade itself. So, will we see a little bit of the same story of the last series, or will APG overcome this Athena?
It will be a very interesting early game, at the very least, because if, let's say, your jungle is in the control of Wavehit's Athena, it means that Pei and also Saber on the Beast is just going to be rampaging in towards your own jungle. So it's a trade-off of jungles and who gets damaged harder in the mid-game itself.
So, do we look at more control for the side of APG? Because Luna suffers against CC, right? And if you do get the knock-up, stun, whatsoever, with the burst potential of the Pain, as well as the catch potential of the Shi, I think that might be more than sufficient to get rid of the CY Luna.
Oh, we got some card collectors in the audience here. I mean, where are they getting these cards from? I don't have a single one of these cards, but I would love a pickup here. But speaking of pickups, we're getting the white anchor once again. This has been the most in one day where the Arthur comes through here for the side of Nova Esports. So that's going to more likely go over to Schwan.
Yep, another performance coming in from Schwan's white anchor here. Another debut pick coming in for the series itself here a second time. And the floor marks it a very early priority on towards the draft for the side of Alpha Gaming.
I love this answer from Nova. Now you have two different members that will always be in the front lines to, kind of base Shishan. I want to take the imprint. Give it to me. I'm going to just anti-CC my way out.
Speaking of anti-CC though, obviously we're looking for more crowd control onto the side of APG. So when that vote hits, maybe that Burning Sun Arrow is going to be following quite close in suit. But I mean, on top of that, they have the Unbridled Outburst here from the Beast Junk Bait as well. So there is a lot of control onto the side of APG. So if we are looking at damage-wise, maybe they're looking for the prize pony, in better words, the Dragon Loom.
Daji will be hovering here. So this might be a knowledge dem Daji, and the only usefulness that it provides will be on that spell 2 here. Anyone that leaps in, the Sun Sun coming with the bolt, when he jumps off the boat, he will get stunned. The Page jumping in with the pounce will get stunned by the Daji here. So a very interesting Heart Seeker pickup here coming in from Nova. So you can see the focus is 2 players here. Muji and CY as the primary damage dealers here. Schwan and Waypit being the disruption for the team.
Both teams, they're carrying a butterfly net right now, right? They're going to be swinging in the garden. Someone will catch air, someone will catch a bunch of butterflies here. It really comes down to which CC is more accurate, which CC is going to be followed up by their team members. So this really shows you in this game number 2, who is the better team.
Exactly. I hope this CC finds you well. Is going to be the battle here between Nova and APG in game number 2. Obviously, Nova Esports currently up with 1-0 and bringing out some of those spicier picks like the Dachi, like the White Anchor Arthur, as well as the Athena.
As we pace ourselves into the lower bracket finals and grand finals of today, this is day 6 of the knockout stage, and we are starting to see more and more of the funnel strategy, with the mid lanes being the knowledge gem users and the roam picking up the smite here. Maybe this has been the evolution coming in for this tournament itself.
I mean, they're teaching you how to maximize the gold value, right? The gold growth of your teammates. And of course, also tells you who you should be putting gold into, right? Give me all the gold, I can spend better, I can buy better items, I can look better than you, I can be stronger than you.
But how do you prove you're better than your opponent than to really whip out your mechanics, your rotations in the Gorge itself? As we head on over to game 2 between Alpha Gaming and also Nova Esports, this will be the potential upcoming scoreline. 1-1 or 0-2. Casters, let me know.
Exactly. APG are looking to neutralize the scoreline here in game number 2 against Nova, who's currently on the front lead here. But if you are going to go for this series, you better dash for it, which is going to be your CD, key to redeem and everything box here. But a big level 1 commitment here onto the blue side of the enemy jungle. Now CY is going to get taken down. That's one way you commit a lot of your teammates to take down CY. Still not quite entered the jungle, but it is going to be Yulong, actually Wave Pit, securing that Azure Golem.
Yo, that's the definition of team play right there. With the Leaping Savior as well, Saber makes sure that everyone stays alive. Yulong gets that the Azure Golem. Okay, you give it away from the side by Nova, but now, hang on.
Shishan, oh, Wave Pit comes out of nowhere with the dive of the Athena. So this is what we expected here from this pick, right? You are looking to rotate heavily around into your enemy jungle, looking to get those single pickups, get the Crimson Golem as well. If he gets out of this one, he is a bank robber.
Oh, yep. It's, I mean, it's nighttime, so it's a nighttime robbery at this point. And for now, Nova, they're trying to make the plays, have been successful. Wave Pit is doing so well, saving the game right now.
Done very well there. I think Hassan actually was able to get the Phoenix there for the side of APG as a little bit of a Brucey bonus potentially there. But to be honest, Wave Pit playing this Athena very, very well.
Now MPL teams are showing you, okay, you know, Athena's strat did not really show up too many times in MPL. We're going to perfect it for you. We're going to show you on broadcast. And right away, Wave Pit, the value of this pick is not the fact that he is able to steal away camps only. There is the potential of a catch as well, but here we go.
Getting the push back there, obviously using the ultimate to try and get her and cancel out that CC as well. It does very well here for the side of Nova. But like you were saying there, kid, we see Wave Pit. He's like, you know what? You can pick the Athena and actually not die 27 times.
Exactly. And they forced APG to use every single available ultimate. Did not find any value with that. And once again, Wave Pit is here in the jungle waiting for that steal again.
Looking for the steal again, using that ultimate, and it was not able to quite get that steal this time. Actually goes up to Shishan, so now it still means if you kill Wave Pit, it's still not going to go over to Yulong.
Yeah, look, this game is the hard for both junglers. Once again, they go try.
They are going to try here, obviously trying to stampede him into the wall there. It's going to be Schwan, it's going to be the tanky one into this one. CY trying to get the dive onto the backline here, still has the mark onto Shishan, but it's going to be the Silk Imprint, just pushing him away.
Yeah, and that would have been a perfect situation to get the catch, because Saber's still not level 4. There is no Unbridled Albert. But straight away, here we go. The secure by the side of Saber means a Wave Pit will not be able to steal another camp away. Still, this slows down Yulong by a bit.
Oh, absolutely. He's looking to just put the damage onto Yulong as well as Shishan, but now he's taking that 2-3 and that 3v1 fight now. And obviously, that's going to be enough to take him down.
He heard you. He was like, no, we're going to get 26 steps. But with that being said, Nova, they're still hanging on closely. And with all the steals happening, this is not what you want to see on the side of APG, right? You're supposed to have a goal lead, a massive EXP lead. It's not happening. Nice setup, though.
Oh, nice setup there by Saber with the Stampede. Follow through as well. Wendy gets taken down under the Darchi. Not looking too hot now, but CY maybe get hit by that boat. And here it is. He gets claimed by the Sunset. Nice play by Siang.
Yeah, and APG respawn. Great response. Now, can they make the gold better on their side? They need to get more gold value across the map. But Wave Pit, that is the whole reason he exists as in this game is the Athena. Just buying time, being a nuisance.
Buying time, being a nuisance, and also maybe try and potentially feed up one of the sides of APG so that becomes a little bit more of a prize pony when you get that shutdown, but he's still looking to go and commit here to get the takedown onto the Azure Golem. He's able to do it, but will he leave the jungle? Answer is no, but now gets hit by the turret.
Alright, they do feed it over to the side of Yulong. He will secure back that Azure Golem now. He has both buffs. CY, on the other hand, only has the Azure Golem to work with, but if it's a Luna, that's exactly the buff you want.
Exactly. Out of the options, you would just go for the Azure Golem here, but maybe trying to get the dunk here onto Shishan. He has to be careful into that mid lane, but now he's going to take down that Tyrant, and the jungle was nowhere near it. It was all thanks to Saber and Sun.
Yeah, we'll see what this engage is going to be like. Once again, the Tiger is...
Oh, the Burning Sun arrow with the boat as well. Gets claimed the life of Fuji and the T1 as well into the bottom side of the map. But Shishan does meet his maker, and that is CY. CY looks to go and claim another kill onto Yulong. But close, but no cigar here.
Yeah, almost never does it in esports, and there we go. This is a potential turnaround here. CY waiting in the brushes.
Yeah, a bit of brawl into the jungle here, but baited out the Unbridled Outburst. Gets hit by the stun though by the side of Sun. but still not going to be as devastating as that unbridled outburst.
Crazy, right? CY, that bait was masterful. And of course, with that being said, Nova now trying to regain control of the gorge, and they're able to do it because the goal lead is negligible at this point.
Oh, very negligible. Like literally, what, 600 gold at this point? Obviously, yes, they have the T1 down to the bot side. They do have the pressure here for the side of APG, but really now we're going to be seeing a bit of a performance here from Muji, maybe trying to get a bit of a macro play with a bit of a trade into that T1 top side of the map, whilst Waypit is just distracted the side of APG. But now that Burning Tornado is really going to claim and slow down the pace of Nova with this fall. Speed ahead, but Yulong falls as well as Shishan. They're looking for Saber as well. That's going to be a 2-1 trade for the side of Nova.
Yeah, but giving the life of Waypit in exchange for Yulong Shishan, that's a big trade. I would take it any day. And once again, they are still having access into the jungle of APG. So this is not good news for the side of Alpha Gaming Nova. They love this.
Yeah, they have no sign to stop it here on the side of Nova Esports. They're just looking to make sure and put pressure on, because that's the way you keep APG locked in that Pandora box.
Oh yeah, I mean, keeping them leashed, that is the #1 objective on the side of Nova, because you want to give room for this Luna to shine. CY needs all the time he can get. And the one curious thing for me is, look, Wendy, he has only fallen to once, but the value of him just being in the lanes also makes sure that Muji has space to farm. He will be the saving grace.
Yeah, saving grace here for the side of Nova Esports will be Wendy, but obviously Waypit just once again just making sure he's able to try and get and slow down Yulong. Yes, he's kind of like distracting a lot of the members of APG right now as they're trying to amass this pressure into the mid lane, even maybe the bot side here. Waypit actually playing this Athena very well, but gets taken down by Saber.
Yeah, it's all about information at this point, right? We talked about it. Arrow! Ooh. Oh, there we go. The anti-CC movement by the Wave Breaker here on the side of Xuan.
Yes, obviously the White Anchor, using that White Anchor to be a CCMU target to take that Burning Tornado to the chest there, but now it's giving that T1 down to the bot side of the map where they're creating the pressure of Nova Esports. Maybe they're looking to scout out this Crimson Golem.
I mean, this has to be all the stunts in the world, right? Xiang, he said Seal is going to be very important. They found their potential target. Now, what's the choice?
Oh, APG committing a lot into this mid lane. They definitely don't want to lose their OT1 before they try and take the strike here onto Nova. Taking down Waypit is not going to be the prize pony here. But the Burning Sonaro onto Wendy, and then the Unbridled Outburst, but not getting the kill. They use a Stampede, they get Muji, they're looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be the burst damage come from Wendy getting the takedown onto Xiang. So currently a 2-1 trade overall, but Xuan is having a hard time getting out of this fight, but now CY with a re-engage, looking to pick off the low enemies of APG. He gets the double kill. Now Waypit's back into the mix, and now they're looking just to punish them in their own jungle.
Yeah, just a little shy on timing there. Waypit, if he had come up a little bit earlier, I think that outcome would have been extremely different. But here comes the reward. You do have to lose the life of CY, but you get the life of Sun. That is your main carry potential in the late game for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Oh, absolutely. Taking Sun off the gorge here, I mean, giving a little bit of a reassurance to Muji. Muji did fall in that team fight, but very early, and now is back onto the gorge. But definitely trading and taking down that carry is going to alleviate some of this pressure into the bot side of the map.
Yep, we are about slightly more than 60 seconds away. Waypit steals it.
He does, but he had to contest 2 smites, right? Obviously, Yulong was like, hey, I may try and go for this. Saber's not quite here. I don't have that same advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is still an L for the side of APG. L in the form of learning. They have to take a look at the timing, and now looking for an opening. Muji does get quite a bit of burst damage onto the life of Shishan here, and that's going to be a little bit concerning, because if you take a look at what kind of buffs you want to filter to the team, Shishan wants to have Sun given the Crimson buff, and right now it's not going to be looking good, because Nova, they do have the lead in terms of both CY, top of the table, close to 2,000 ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, almost 2,000 ahead of Yulong there. Is definitely not where you want to be if you are APG, but I mean, they do have Sun quite close behind, just a little bit ahead of Muji at this moment in time, but that could all change with a turn of a tide here for the side of APG. They're behind by around about 1k gold lead now, and looking to get into the shadow objective territory.
Alright, there's 10 seconds away. Every single heart thrown out by Wendy is going to be one that really hurts them. They're looking for the backline. Xuan looking for an opening, but Xiang as well, taking the split push.
Yes, he's looking for an opening, but in a different respect here. Looking for that T1 opening there, top side of the map, but obviously trying to get the Sylvian Brinters land onto Waypick. Can they get that control? Can they get that damage? It's not going to be quite enough here. He's going for a bit of a re-engage right now. Saber taking the brunt of that team fight. It is actually going to be Waypick being taken down there. The boat does connect onto Xuan. They're looking for more damage. It's going to be a bright Olympus that separates Moochie from the rest of the clan. But now, CY, he's looking for Shishan. Shishan is on the run. He has very little health, but really, Yulong is the target. He escapes and prowls over the wall.
Oh, he does not get the reset. CY, they've changed the targets now. Saber tries to TP home. They know he's here.
It's in trouble for the Beast. He has no unbridled outburst and no rage. That means it's going to be bye-bye night here for Saber.
Yep. Easy and straightforward kill, but APG, look at the response. They go straight for the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, feint of hand here on the side of APG as they go for the Shadow Overlord, but now we're seeing that Nova are going to go for that Shadow Tyrant as well. As if they do need any more damage going to these team fights, they're going to get it anyway.
I mean, I think they might. Right now with the Shadow Overlord, APG can definitely make a big push onto the T2 on the top, and that's going to open up the potential of a T3 crackdown on the top side of the map against Nova Esports.
But respectively for the side of APG, I mean, their T3 down to the bot side is looking like that is very unhealthy now. So really, looking at opening up that base is going to be Nova. Look at the focus and get some more pressure down there, but the Vanguard does beat them. They still have the Shadow Vanguard to be popped down onto the side of APG.
Yeah, Sean, this is a perfect positioning. He has baited them out. They don't know that he's there. And I mean, if he had got it in his hands on CY, this would completely change the game in APG's favor.
Oh, absolutely. Getting CY off the gorge here means that your backline is now safe. Unless Xuan gets in there first or Waypit, and then obviously there will be a different tale for another day, but obviously the Crimson Golden coming up in around about 6 seconds onto the side of APG. Will this be a point of contention here?
I'm not sure, because I think APG, they found a bigger target, which is T2 at the top as well. Can he get the steal stolen by the side of Moochie as well?
Yes, Moochie getting some more of that damage into the Crimson Golem, but like you were saying, top side of the map has been opened up a little bit more here. Setzel connects on the Waypit, but if you're going to sacrifice somebody into this team fight, it's going to be Waypit, not CY.
Oh, they got him.
But all the crowd control comes through here from APG. They get the lockdown onto the Moonblade. They get Waypit as well. Damage really going to be relying onto Wendy and Moochie here as Xuan takes the brunt of that damage, but he gets a takedown onto Siang. But that is not going to be a good enough trade here. They have the minions coming into the mid lane.
It's not. APG are the better team. They can break the T3 on the top. The defense comes through. The Howling Wind as well. They want to get a start. Can they finish the job? No, they cannot.
Oh, no. Yulong stays alive ever so slightly, but obviously Waypit needs to come back now. If they don't, that crystal may fall here. We could potentially get a neutralized point here for the side of APG. We are going in. Wendy caught away from the team fight, flashed out as well, but only 2 minions to take down is going to be a saving grace from Nova Esports.
Yeah, Nova survives. The fans are calling for the defense. Nova makes it happen, but at what cost? The jungle Crimson buff has been filtered, funneled into the hands of APG's son, and this guy has not really missed the mark today.
He's not missed the mark, and obviously he has a little bit more of a tankier build, building that Succubus cloak towards the end, right? So looking at kind of a mitigating a lot of that damage from CY and Wendy.
It's looking a little bit crazy, Brev. 7-1-3 for this Sun. And Hoi late game is, I mean, Solara's late game is just a totally different monster to handle.
Oh, absolutely. The late game, as long as he got the position in, as long as he got the front line, which he does have in forms of Saber and Siang here, he will be absolutely fine, just smashing that basic attack button.
Yeah, and right now it's a 1.4 thousand goalie going in favor of APG. One more big win in a team fight, they should be able to do it. But that's only because they caught CY with the multi-stun collaboration here.
He's not going to fall for that twice, surely. Like, that set sail coming through, then the unbridled outburst, then literally everything else but the kitchen sink being thrown at him there. He may not fall for that once more. So the fact that APG went able to finish that game with that win, or that play, means that they may be at the sacrifice here.
No, I think Yulong was pretty fast. He went out to buy another sink and threw it down onto CY again. Now with that being said, we will see. This is the defining moment between Nova and APG.
I mean, it'd be nice to get a Tempest Dragon game as well here between these two teams, but I mean, 15 minutes, we are 5 minutes away from that point, but here is the Shadow Overlord contention here. The damage onto the side of Saber. The Unbridled Outburst catches out the 3, and Chuan takes a lot of that damage, but can see why Wendy and Muji replicate that damage.
He can't do it. The white anchor is not going to be strong enough, not tough enough, but they do manage to funnel that Crimson buff into the hands of Muji. Right now, it's a race to the neutral objectives. Who gets it? APG already started. Half health, they should be able to secure this.
Yeah, easy secure here for the side of APG. Now they have the Howling Wind there going full speed ahead, and no set sail coming through now as well, looking for the sunk down onto CY. He finesses, but the boat obviously connects into the back line there, stops the barrage from Muji and Wendy.
Yep, CY, he had to take a fall there. This was a very uncomfortable situation, and it feels like APG have found their groove. Change and switch up in terms of objectives here. They're going to go for the key 3 at the bottom. The defense is tougher for the side of Nova.
Yes, obviously there is a minion wave crashing into the upside of the map, but that's going to be met naturally by those enhanced minions for the side of APG as well. So really, APG want to be focusing all their eggs into this basket.
Yeah, Lord. This is late game Hoey, guys. Late game Solaris, he melts towers. And right now, just the crystal stands in a way to tie the series up.
Looking to tie this series up to a 1-1 victory here, but that Burning Sun Arrow is not going to quite connect here. But is it just going to be a little bit of a divide? So they know where the teams are going to go. They're either going to go left or right, but they got nobody.
No, it doesn't matter. APG, they have a lot of time on their hands. With 25 seconds before the Primal Bond is taken off their bodies, they can go for the buffs first. Now Yulong's going to work on this for sure. Crimson is going to go into the hands of Subversion, but they got a catch.
They tried to get the catch there onto Shishan, but it wasn't quite enough damage now. So once again, we have Waypit into the back line here, just soaking a lot of damage, using the ultimate from the Athena.
Yep, okay, Xiang did burn out the flash as well as the seal, so right now it's a prime position for Nova to turn this around if they can find the appropriate stun. CY does have the reset ultimate. Right now, Waypit, he is looking for the potential steal, but everyone is here.
Will he live up to the hero title? Will he become the Sacred Warrior as he tries to soak a lot of that damage? He tries to get the steal, but it goes over to APG.
And this is going to be imminent pressure coming in. The arrow!
Yes, it lands, but it's going to actually not land onto anybody because Shawan's able to get that CC immunity from that first kill.
Yeah, I mean, he took it to the head, and right now they need more than that.
They definitely need more than a headshot right now for the side of APG, and Nova are taking a lot of brunt. It's going to be Saber using that Unbridled Outburst to separating the members of the side of Nova Esports. Looking to neutralize this game point is going to be the takedown of Waypit, and there it is. CY falls as well. Double kill going up to APG. Game 2 Crystal goes over to MKL13.
This is where the better team thrives. You want to have the control, you want to have the layering happening, and the controls, stun by stun, APG climb their way back into the series 1-1.
And I'm starting to see the flaw of the Athena roam thus far. If you cannot get a sizable lead in the early game, your mid game is just the Athena running through multiple members and trying to get minimal value kill, just to get their HP bar. And then when you look to retreat, you cannot retreat. You're always in a 4v5 situation here, and that composition coming in from the side of Nova Esports puts so much pressure on the side of CY's Luna to overperform in multiple situations there, where in early game, yes, we saw a lot of CY moments. It was a CY show, but once you miss that one ultimate refresh, it's over.
Yep. So does this mean we have found a solution to the Athena strat already, right? We just make sure that the goal gap isn't too big, right? And we work our way onto finding value of the enemy jungler instead. CY had a very difficult game.
I think it's more of an experience ride rather than it's more of a shock factor, right? Like when the first Athena came through, obviously within the KIC 2025, that's where teams was like, oh, wait, how do we stop this? But then the more you become aware of this, the more you become susceptible to it, it becomes easier to actually overcome, as we've seen from today.
Teams are more prepared in actually handling the Athena strategy. Like you say, the shock factor has been mitigated, and teams have went back to their drawing board to know and to really research, like, okay, the Athena role, what's the #1 core strategy? Okay, we need to start giving back the kills and buffs towards our jungle, and then our jungle will start to take a more farm coming in from our mid mage that is going for the roam item here. So these things come into a slow step where jungle resource stolen, the gold will be coming back from the mid lane wave that will be sacrificed by your mage.
Yeah, and the value of making sure that your jungle has a big lead is the fact that Yulong down here dealing a total of 146,500 worth of damage over to the side of Nova. I mean, they dealt with the stuns, the Burning Sun arrows. Xuan took quite a few of them for the team, but it's not enough.
it's not enough as well. I mean, especially when Yulong has it almost close to about 150k damage as well, right? That's almost close to 300k damage just between two of those heroes, which, when you look at APG's roster, you have the front line, you have the crowd control. All you need to do is funnel it into Sun and Yulong.
This game was a very back and forth game, I would say. The early parts of the game was looking very Nova favorite, with CY just dancing in and out in those fights, single-handedly manhandling the side of Yulong on that pay itself. But one mistake is what differs you from a perfect player and a pro player, whereby a perfect player under a top tier situation is a very tough task to actually pull off, especially enemies will actually react to when you dash and make sure that you don't get the ultimate reset from the Moonblade.
Yeah, very good control coming in from the side of APG, right? Layering the stuns. We've seen the both set sail once that lands, you have the Unbridled Outburst, and then you also have the Silky Imprint coming in from mid on the side of Wendy as well. Susan, sorry, on the side of APG. Now, this all buys room for APG's stun, and he went full ham on the damage. GPM just slightly higher, 70 more gold per minute than Muji, but look at the damage, almost double.
Yeah, almost double there for the side of Sun onto the APG, but it's going to be Yulong showing us the shush when he comes through with his pay. Tigerus came through with a clear performance here, going up against a very hard distracted Athena. Obviously, he does get 11 kills, most of them being wave hits here, but definitely spread fine here. But the damage also 31%.
It was a very well-played game coming in from the whole Alpha Gaming roster here. And yes, we do see Yulong as the prime MVP here, but I want to give props as well to three key members here. The Sun Ce coming in from the side of Xiang, and also the Rom here coming in from the side of Saber here. I believe their setups has been really beautiful in this game.
Unfortunate that Hall is not here because he doesn't like the Sun Ce pick as much as we do, but what a game to showcase the prowess of crowd control in this game of Visual Game.
Oh, absolutely. The set cells really landed hard here for the side of APG, really setting up
this one.
Especially this one here, yeah, Unbridled Outburst and everything on top of it just to catch down the CY.
The CC2 was beautiful, and the second round rotation here, the merry-go-round coming in from Xiang, really silenced CY, making sure that this Fed Luna doesn't join the fight at all. And as of this point, the Luna has already been outscaled by the likes of Son and Yulong on the double marksman here, with 3 towers going down from the high ground. It's just a slow burn game, and the game win goes over the side of Alpha Gaming, equalizes you.
You start to see the difference, right? When Xuan takes a fall here on the R-Type, he's meant to be the main tank. He's also able to get himself CC immune when he uses his first skill. But once he's out of the fight, you can't tank the damage, you can't tank the stuns, and then APG, they're just on a tear across the Nova lineup. What a beautiful way to finish game number 2.
Yeah, definitely tear in the score line right now. It's going to be 1-1 here between Nova and APG. Looking to try and beat that second grand finalist right now is these two MKL representatives, but definitely a surprise punch here from Nova, from APG in game number 2.
I think this is where stakes provide you the motivation, especially when you're Alpha Gaming. You do not want to back out in such a fight, knowing that you're MKL third versus MKL second here. This is your shot towards glory. This is your shot to beat down Nova Esports, who has consistently outperformed you in your local region.
I like that storyline because, you know, every time people ask, hey, okay, rankings, how do we get the better ranking? You do it by taking down the person on top of you. And right now, APG are well on their way after this game number 2. They're probably cementing their status as MKL number 2, at least in status-wise, right? It's not going to be in the books just yet because this is a different competition entirely, but this is the biggest one out of them all in KIC 2025.
Yeah, this is the one that matters the most here as well, especially in terms of the prize pool, in terms of obviously trying to get that first FMVP skin within the global server, right? Like this will be our very first one, and it will be a pride and a history marker whoever gets claimed that lovely bit of prestigious medal here. But now we're getting updated ban picks here, as you can see. Some expensive drafts, others not quite as expensive in these picks.
I would say that Alpha Gaming's draft, aside from the pay and also the Zhangfei, the game 2 itself is not that expensive compared to the side of Nova Esports here. With the Luna and both the pay being removed from the pool, I would expect that these two picks might not see the daylight coming into game 3 to all the way game 6.
Correct.
Right, so let's take a look at this particular series here. They have 1 minute to kind of work through number 1, what kind of draft, but we'll take a look at the side selection first. So Nova going on the blue side. I think it's it's a switch up. Now it is going to be APG on the red.
That is correct. And this game itself, we are at game 3. So if we were to think about the potential first picks coming in for the side of Nova Esports, they have expanded the early. They do not need to prioritize the Maestro Nui because APG has already selected it, which gives it the focus of either the likes of the Dharma or some of the top tier roamers in towards the pool.
Top tier roamers. Do I hear Lapu Lapu? I mean, the Reef Datu is definitely a signature pick that is, you know, very well versed in this KIC 2025. I think he has one of the highest win rates in terms of newly introduced heroes so far.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some massive MVP performances on the Lapu Lapu, the Reef Datu as well. So far within KIC, I mean, Saber is definitely no stranger to that pick, and neither is Waypip because it plays into their playstyle. They are known as the Zhangfei Maestros, right? But we get into game number 3 here between these two teams. Best of 7. We're almost at the halfway mark between Nova and APG.
And there you go, the first ban Luna coming in. I'm not surprised if Alpha Gaming answers with a Maestro Nui or a Pei coming into this game itself. The question is, does Nova want to ban out the Athena roam or give it over to the side of Alpha Gaming?
I'm not sure, man. Is this the game to pull out the Athena roam on the side of Nova here?
I mean, Nova has already expanded it last game, so for Alpha Gaming, it's really up to where they want to do so or not. Because, like Graham mentioned as well, the Athena roam has suffered few losses in only today, and teams have started to debunk it coming into the series here. And there we go, the expected ban so far: Lunar, Arlie for Nova Esports, the strong picks that they have expanded in game 1 and game 2, and Alpha Gaming, similar to them, the Tigress and also the likes of the Maestro Nui removed.
Yes.
Okay. So I think this one is pointing towards a potential Yangjin or a Nerza pick, right? At the same time, this opens up. Remember APG's answer to the Nerza? It was the Miyue, right?
Yeah.
So the Ravenous. I want to see if there's going to be a potential here. You know what? They're very comfortable. They will give it.
They may give it here as well. Obviously, they got the Hue one, but they're going to lock into Yang Jian as this second pick here, so they don't want to give over that Dolia Yang Jian combo. But like you were saying there, Ken, it still opens up the fact of the Nerza combo coming through here, or they can't even use the Lung anymore, right? Because they've already used the Lung onto the side of Nova, so you're not going to get that Dolia Lung combo either.
Now, this brings into the question here, because you know for the fact that Alpha Gaming still have the Ravenous Miyue coming in towards the pool, you can see the fact that Nova, they give up entirely on towards picking the Nerza in this phase itself. If they do venture into the second phase, that's where they can slowly but surely decide if they want to go for the Wild Spark.
And let me machine gun through this particular portion, because now if Nova pick up the Dun for the double D combination here, APG respond with Agudo, which is a perfect answer against the Dun. And then in the mid lane, you just get absolutely destroyed.
I mean, do you see the potential of the Masashi coming through here with the Dolia, right? Obviously, we saw it quite a lot within the KME. There it is, the Masashi being banned out here.
Yes,
so,
we do.
No, we do not. They saw it coming.
Well, we do, but it goes into the ban.
Yeah.
The players definitely agree on that specific statement here. They do not want to see a Musashi jumping onto you, and especially when you have the Yangjin and Yu Huan, these two are heavy healing picks that you do not want to be facing against Musashi here. So that leads to the question here. The pool is dwindling down for heroes that can realistically pair up with the Dolia here. Potentially we may look into the likes of a Nuwa or Gaia Moment.
That's true. Burst damage is definitely going to be essential here. The question is, does Nova pick up the Nerza? Because I don't feel like that is the best solution here. There is the heals coming in, a lot of sustain coming in from the side of APG.
I don't think it's ideal to pick up the Nerza here, because you see the way that Alpha Gaming is drafting, the Yangjin still remains as a flex pick, which means that it can either go to the jungle or they can save it up for the Miyue jungle that they're preparing in case of a Nerza.
Exactly. Don't get to pick that anymore. Nova, they're going to try for the double freshly forged couple blades with the Dune as well. And APG ban out the Agudo, no!
Yep, so they were maybe trying to be like, okay, maybe they go for the Agudo, maybe they go for that little bit more of a faster early game, a little bit more of that sustain onto the side of Nova Esports, but it was like, Nova was like, checkmate. We wanted this Dune, the double Ds do come here through for Nova in game at number 3.
It looks very comfortable thus far coming in for the side of Nova Esports. You have the early game being funneled by the side of the Magistrate and also the Dune here, but they still, in fact, go for the Miyue Raptors here. There's still an option for this to go towards the Clash lane here, because we've seen before Xiang play this pick, but still, it's really up to how they want to shuffle this, and in the end, it will go to the hands of Yulong for the second time in this tournament.
True, but what happens when the Nerza comes out? What is your answer?
Maybe they have a different answer, whether we don't know about yet.
Potentially, yeah. You know, they have all these interesting pickups that could really counteract these drafts. But there's also a consideration. Without the Dolia and the Nurza combination here, I do feel like it's not as strong, and you don't need a direct counter like the Miyue.
That's true, but you know, I will give an addition to that particular draft when it happens. But for now, I think, okay, Miyue into the Dun, I think that's still a viable answer. Yangjin can definitely jump on the backlines as well. 1v1 monster, as we know the Raveners to be.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can kind of use the Umbral Moon to get out of there, right? Obviously, just completely eradicate any kind of knockup from the Wind Slash or even the dive from the Unruly Blade.
Well, Nova Esports versus Alpha Gaming here in the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this before the break here will have a much comfortable lead, 2-1 in terms of scoreline in the final event here. But these are your final drafts here, gentlemen. Who do you give the edge to?
I give the edge to whoever gets the better start, right? Okay, so let me make this clear first. If you're on the side of Nova, you should not miss those couple blades.
Oh, absolutely not. If you miss those couple blades, that's a lot of damage output for the side of Wendy that gets completely mitigated. But if you look over to the side of APG, they have the Nua, they have the Lung. That's a lot of damage that they can place on top of you. But getting into game number 3, this is going to be the decider as we go into the break after this one. Who comes out on top with a 2-1 victory is down to both these teams.
This is going to be a very scary, intense situation. APG looking to prove that Delta is wrong. Nova wants to come back into the series, and Xuan already facing a difficult time in this first minute of the game.
Yeah, just looking to gain that pressure and leeway into top side of the map here. Maybe even try and go for that space right once it comes through. But they're looking to steal away the Spiked Out Beast for now. Just kind of put pressure onto the side of Nova's jungle as well as their Clash Lane.
Well, because look, Muji has already secured that Firehawk at the bottom, right? So this is going to be valuable EXP, meaning there is going to be some growth. But Yulong here, he's not level 4 yet, he needs this.
Oh, he's not level 4, he's able to get that takeaway of the Crimson Golem, but gets taken down as well.
He did not get a smite on that, unfortunately, which is why he did not hit level 4. CY manages to circumvent that aggression, get the kill as well, which means Nova now, great start for them, but Xiang, he wants the opposite to be true.
Yeah, he wanted to finish this wave, kind of freezing up here at the top side of the map as we see that Saber is just looking to kind of just make sure that the minions are just naturally crashing in here as well, forcing Juan back to base.
He has to do the walk of shame. This one is a long walk, and an arduous one for the side of Nova fans here. As Xuan, first time, very rare that we see him get gapped like that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the Clash Lane Maestro himself. We definitely put in respect to the name of Xiang as well. Like, he's definitely going for that crown for himself right now. But as we get into the second minute of this match, Nova still are able to keep that goal lead for themselves.
Alright, let's see how this goes. Nice start. Gonna get the finish though.
Yeah, the wind slash just comes through, and there it is! Wendy with a couple blades, looking to keep throwing them at Yulong, but he's like, hey, we got Saber, that's all that matters.
This is what I mean, it's so hard to miss the couple blades, especially when CY gives you the wind slash. That is like the longest knockup ever. You're gonna be in the air for hours.
Exactly, you're gonna get some airtime, they're gonna call you Tony Hawk of the Gorge. But it's unfortunate for the side of APG, but Nova definitely want to try and be a little bit more defiant in this game number 3 because they want to be leading this series before the break starts.
They have to be, right? If you compare the mid lane matchup, Wendy against Shushan, Shushan comes online a little bit later. Wendy does have sufficient wave here at this point in the game, also has the ability to burst singular targets down, or maybe multiple targets when they're grouped up together on the side of APG.
Yeah, that Annihilation is definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto the side of Nova Esports as we get into the latter part of this game, but right now, we are counting down to those the neutral objectives now, and obviously we've seen a bit of a tip-for-tap in top side of the map here. Xuan trying to contest that space right for the second time here, but Xiang's like, no, this one's mine.
Yeah, not ideal for the side of Nova. They're winning across the map at some points, but then we need to look at the individual goal differences here. And look, majority of the lead has been given to the mid lane, which is good news for Nova.
Good news for Nova, because Wendy is going to be loving life, especially with his passive, right? If he keeps getting those kills, keeps getting those assists, he's going to keep gaining that AP damage.
Yeah, max 20 stacks, and 20 is too much to handle for the side of APG, especially when he heads on into the late game here. You can really see the wave clear is already being very noticeable between the difference for Wendy and Shushan.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, between these two mid-lane maestros. They're looking to kind of just make sure they have that pressure created before this neutral objective comes online, which right now, we started to see Nova start it right there, but they're like, you know what? Let's see if we can create a bit of a fight. Let's see if we can get some kills come through.
When he gets this, right, there's no way.
Oh, he does. He gets the snipe there. Nicely done by the side of Nova Esports. Obviously, Yulong was nowhere around. He needs to get himself back into the mix, right? Because obviously Yulong right now, he's 3,700, but whereas ZY, he's about 400 gold ahead in that jungle.
I mean, what he was expecting on the side of APG Yulong was the fact that maybe he could scout out a couple of the buffs as well, but it looks like the prize is going to be the T1. The two-man rotation on top is going to enable this T1 take, but the defense on their own jungle, that's where they need to be really putting attention to.
Exactly, Saber was able to kind of mitigate that win slash there with the unending sorrow, but then the Flaming Palms, they're going on to the wrong target, right? CY at this moment in time, he should be able to tank those Flaming Palms.
Yeah, for sure. He's already at level 8, going on to level 9 soon. Yulong, he runs for a T1. That's I think a decent exchange. You get a T1 that will not come back versus a Azure Golem that eventually will come back into your hand.
Yeah, and also you put the pressure on Schwan as well, right? Like that's somebody you don't want to let have a good time in a game or in a lane it's Schwan on this Dharma, because then he knows he can leave his lane, get those crucial pickups with the Truth Mantra flash combo, and then that's pretty much everything she wrote.
I think one of the things they need to close the gap on is also this mid lane. Wendy does have a 600 gold lead. Not the biggest difference, but you can start to see, right? Shishan doesn't have the ability to wave clear too much. At the same time, Wendy not only gets the wave clear, he also has the kill potential as well. So APG not looking too great in shape right now, but with timers going on, they can definitely change the situation.
Exactly. I mean, Nova may have the kills, but what are they really directly translated for these two kills, right? Whereas APG, yes, they have not a single kill onto the Gorge, but they're opening up their enemy's base, which at the same time is a lot more fruitful if you're looking to play the short game.
Yeah, look, they've taken 2 turrets already, and this is something that is very important. It's a side lane, which means they get to get the flank on the side of Nova. And when you have Xiang, you have Yulong on this Miyue, the Tri-Light Ravenous as well. There is literally almost any angle you can come in from.
Literally, you could fly from anywhere, right? Obviously, using that Umbral move is definitely going to keep you under the gaze of the enemy team's damage, and you're also going to be able to just kind of like dive into the backline there, but also feint them with the Ravens. But same time, speaking of feint, they feint out the ambassadors onto the side of APG.
They just completely ignore the fact that Nova is constantly taking the Azure Golem, which to me is super interesting, right? And right now, I want to see how does this gameplay come into, because there is no steal coming in from Nova jungle.
No steal at all, because both of those camps have gone down, but they're looking to kind of rotate around this Crimson Golem. But I think that's the one thing maybe Nova forgot, is the fact that the Ravenous is very good at split push potential.
Yeah, very quick, right? T2 already secured by the side of APG. And Alpha Gaming, this is quite the convincing turnaround at this point, because they have shifted the goalie back into their favor. And look, CY, he's trying to open up the map for the side of Nova, but he's not finding anything.
He's not finding any joy, right? Like, even if he dives onto the back line, like, you've got the emergence, you've got the creation blocks onto Shishan, you've got the ride the wind, you've got the infinite vastness, so even if you're successfully in there, how do you get back out? You're having to use that Celestial Melody to get the second one and actually not get anything for it.
Yeah, I mean, for Nova fans right now, this does not bring me joy. Throw it away.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely their game to lose this time around, right? Obviously, losing their T2 so early within this one. We're in about, what, 8 minutes going into? Very soon here for APG, as they are still only behind by around about 200 gold, which again is just negligible.
Take a look. Shen now being pressured as well. They're trying to get their hands on Sun, but I don't think he's going to be in danger.
He's not going to be in danger. He has the infinite fastness, right? This is what they can keep doing. Maybe just keep baiting out for these team fights where around these neutral objectives, but at the same time, you just see the pressure being created top side of the map. The split push potential here on the side of APG, creating pressure elsewhere as Saber just takes all these chunky blows. The Flaming Palms are actually starting to hurt.
Exactly. At the same time, they're also protecting the Azure Golem. Yulong, he is feeling strong with the Umbral Moon moves and repositions under the T1.
Beautiful play there, using the Ravens, using himself to reconfigure, but now he may get a hit onto Schwan. Schwan's like, you delete my lane, I'm going to delete you.
Yep. Questionable decision there to try and make his way under the noses of Nova, and thankfully with the side of APG, they don't exactly lose the Azure Golem. This one goes into the hands of Susan, maximum value extracted.
Yes, exactly. Giving it over to you mid lane and not losing it is definitely a better giveaway here from the side of APG. Nova, on the other hand, they're looking to pressure this mid lane, looking to get some more of the turrets for themselves.
Okay, but the clock is ticking. Now, Nova have secured that 1.2 thousand goalie into their hands. But Shishan, over time, late game, this guy is going to hit like a truck.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be crazy. Obviously, if he gets the combo and obviously uses all those creation blocks to get that big old block that kind of just lands, but also CCs onto the enemy, that's going to be a huge damage input.
Yeah, right now it's just, 500 gold that sets them apart. Yep. Shishan is well on his way to come back. At the same time, Saber is really providing so much value. Sun has been kept alive for this entire game.
Oh, speaking of which, though, they're obviously trying to get the dunk onto Yulong here. Gets obviously untargetable thanks to the Umbral Moon. But nothing again. Just very much tip for tap between these two teams.
I mean, you can understand why as well, right? The 10-minute mark is coming soon. That initial annihilation to try and soften the minion wave so they can make it that fast clear as well to make the next rotation into the neutral objective. APG wants to rush this.
They do want to rush this with 8 seconds onto the clock here with that Tyrant, but at the same time, the pressure being placed onto the top side of the map here from Yulong means that Schwan is not going to have the privilege to escape his lane if he really wants to come and help his team with this one.
They're making him choose Nova now. You really want to leave Xuan alone? If Yulong gets that 1v1 win, then you have a T3 under threat.
But at the same time, they're looking to go and take this down. Obviously, maybe get Wendy to claim this Tyrant, but it's going to be CY just putting in the chunk of damage, but at the same time, he's able to claim that Tyrant.
I thought Sun was going to use the threat here. They actually get the catch on the Saber.
Saber's got to be careful here. He does have the flash if he needs to use it, but he's rather like, you know what, guys? I want to store this one for later.
Okay, they actually stopped the attempt by APG. Alpha Gaming looking for some opening, unable to find the gap here in the defenses of Nova. And with that, Nova stopped the attempt on that Shadow Overlord, so they've bought some time. But the T2 at the bottom doesn't share the same fate.
It doesn't, exactly. I mean, just APG doing the same thing as they've been doing since minute 1, right? Just getting the push into the bot side and side on the map here, just to put that pressure on the Nova Esports. Yes, they have around about the 1.3k gold lead, but what's gold if you're not taking team fights, if you are losing turrets? But now we could be losing Saber here. He still has the flash, but he's using the ending sorrow to keep himself alive.
Exactly, and then take a look at the way that APG are playing this game. So what if you get the Tyrant buff? We're just not going to fight you. And you want to come and reset the Shadow Overlord? That's fine. We can play that game as well. We're taking turrets for free, guys.
Turrets are being taken for free here. At the same time, Yulong's just maybe trying to keep alive that Crimson Golem, was able to do so as well. So nicely done by the side of APG, not trying to give away any extra little bit of damage, especially with Nova with that Shadow Tyrant.
This is going to be a long-term battle. They get that catch onto the side of Sun, but Sun is already back to safety. They might have sacrificed the T1 in the mid though.
Yes, using the Sprite lane, they're going to be able to open that T1 into the mid lane. Yulong here is able to fate at the switch.
Unable to find so. And this one, Nova, if they get this, I think APG, all of the effort will be wasted.
No, absolutely. All of the dancing around, all the effort could be wasted here by the side of APG if they lose this Shadow Overlord. But the Umbral Moon is available here for Yulong, but get a bit of a tip for that into the mid lane. 2v1 going against Siang, but that's not going to stop him using the Umbral Moon. Fades out the way, but he's not going to be the annihilation that claims that Shadow Overlord.
And now Nova are shifting the sands in their favor as well. It's still a 1,500 goal lead, but with the Shadow Overlord, this could spell disaster for the turrets. At least minimum T2 for APG's side.
Yes, APG are going to be losing their monopoly in this game number 3. They definitely had the advantage early on, but now Bushi is a undrivable, unstoppable force into these T3s.
Take a look at what's happening here. APG going to make their stance. Whatever value you find here without the Shadow Overlord is big.
Yeah, I mean, CY still is holding on to the Shadow Overlord, so even if Yulong goes down there, he's going to just eradicate that wave down to the bot side as he has now done. He was waiting to see if he could fly under the radar ever so slightly.
Yeah, and here comes the real trouble. Shadow Overlord summoned at the bottom. Nova, they don't want to relent. They want to take value here, and the T3s are still under pressure on all 3 lanes.
Yep, look at the pressure, all 3 lanes. It's going to be Nova Esports. Muji building the Daybreaker here as well. Means a lot more damage, but oh my goodness, Siang doesn't want to take too many of those couple blades to the face now, as well as those flaming palms. They are not in range and not being able to use a driving wedge onto the side of Nova Esports.
Right now the middle door is open. Shadow Overlord is going to be flying down onto the bottom. 5 members strong. Nova looking for an opening. All about Wendy landing those blades.
Yes, looking to create some space here, but he's going to be dive into the back line. It's going to be Siang as well as Yulong soaking a lot of that damage, but takedown onto the Vanguard into the bottom side of the map is going to be a huge saving grace here for the side of APG, but they lost that team 3 to the mid. They're looking to lose this one into the top side of the map as well. And I mean, they are both damaged in these side lanes. But Schwan here looking for the catch. The emergence coming through to save Yulong.
Yep, the save comes in, but oh, hang on, CY.
CY is saying bye-bye. The tank of the side of Nova gets struck down here. Could this be the turnaround into the mid lane?
Oh, nice catch!
We're used to see, but Schwan picks up the catch here onto Yulong. Looking for the emergence, trying to put more pressure onto the back line here. Wavepit looking pretty low on this Dolia.
This is more damage limitation for the side of APG, right? They do get the T1 in the mid, but still, if you take a look at the situation, once the dust has settled, Nova have inflicted.
Oh, Muchi claiming, as well as Wavepit. That's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, APG, good job in making the recovery. They need to make sure they get this Tyrant though. Yes, Yulong is down, but they do have the potential to do it if they can keep Wendy at bay.
Yeah, Wendy into the mid lane is definitely going to be a sure safety for the side of APG as they get that Shadow Tyrant for themselves here. The second neutral objective onto the Gorge here for the side, and the boys here looking to prove themselves to be bigger than the third seed.
Right now, APG, they just need to make sure they have the wave management, right? They cannot allow those sneaky backdoors on the T3s. If not, that's going to be a barren base for the side of APG. Nova, they know this, so they're going to slowly edge towards the center of the map and see what kind of value they can extract from the Alpha Gaming members.
Exactly, Nova's strongest lane here into the mid of the map, as well as APG's weakest lane, as they have no real estate, no turrets to run back to. They are looking for a full pressure, maybe just keep that mid-wave pressure off on themselves.
Right, we'll see how this is going to be like, because we are nearing the 20-minute mark. Okay, not exactly too near, but there is going to be a potential here. 16 minutes on the clock, and if you take a look at the damage being offered by APG, you can tell it's not actually that, it's not sufficient yet.
Yeah, not sufficient, but you have Siang trying to get the rotation from the side here, get the place of that first skill onto CY, so having to force anything for the fastness is going to be APG Sun. He's on the run, he's taking too much damage.
No way. Yulong, he cannot be here. He needs to be safe. He needs to buy time. They're rushing it down on the side of Nova as well.
Yes, they were able to get the Shadow Overlord here onto the side of Nova Esports. They claim Schwan, but lose the objective.
Yeah, and this is not ideal. Nova, they don't mind losing one member. As long as they don't take a fight now, I think it should be okay for the side of Nova.
Oh, using your targetable there. Yulong completely mitigates all that damage from the side of Nova Esports, but can APG try to pay them back within kind? You are seeing the top side of the map, the minion waves being drove through as well as that bot side. Can APG really open and claim one of these T3s for themselves?
I would think it's a very hard task, but they will try nonetheless. APG, they find an opening on the bottom side, but the stun does come in for the side of Yulong. Meanwhile, they have not been able to touch a T2 in the mid. So once this aggression is over, it is Nova's turn. They can summon the Shadow Overlord and make it difficult.
Exactly. Summoning that is going to really put a bit of a blunder here onto the side of APG as they're trying all their efforts to get a minion wave into those T3 territories. Obviously, the Ballistic was able to get there. They've done a bit of damage onto the bot side of the map, but still, ultimately here, the base is secure for Nova.
There's no way. APG, now you're caught in a tight spot. Shadow Overlord is going to be flying down on the bottom side. Do they want to delegate Yulong to try and fix this, or do they want to try and take a team fight here?
I mean, a team fight probably would be pretty scary here for the side of APG, right? Especially if you've always got Yulong away from it as well. I mean, yes, the damage is there from Jishan and Sun, but Saber is the only one protecting them right now.
Yeah, Yulong, let's see what kind of saving grace he can deal against. He's already full, almost full stacks, 13,000, but the main problem is the T3s don't stand for long. As long as Nova makes the wave pressure come in, APG eventually will have an empty base.
Yeah, I mean, if they just got Muchi into both of these lanes, right, just through that third token, you know for a fact those bases would, those T3s would definitely fall down here.
We'll see how that is going to impact the rest of the game now. We're about less than 2 minutes away from a Tempest game. I think the first one we've had in a while.
Oh, absolutely. The Tempest Dragon seems to be not on the cards here for these teams. They don't want to play to the ultimate battle. They don't want to play to the Tempest Dragon.
I think for APG they do want it. right? Because with that, they will be able to equalize the kind of damage that they have been dealt with structurally. And right now, with Wendy just looking for those stabs in the heart, the side Yulong facing a little low.
Oh, Saber looking low, has to use Uniting Sorrow there to mitigate that death on the side of APG, but Cian falls as well as Wendy. So trade for their mid lane here, so that's a lot of damage for the side of Nova Esports being taken off the board here. Now Sun is online, he has even the bastards using it very aggressively. Triple kill for Sun. He gets Sage Sanctuary. He falls down now. Can they get the minion wave here coming through with Yulong into the bot side of the map? They are not looking to play here for that Tempest Dragon. They are looking to play for the win here. Yeah. Muji maybe falling. Back-to-back series here for Nova, for APG to come back in this series. And there we have it. APG 2-1.
Big win for the side of APG. They will lead the series now at this point 2-1 before we head into the halftime break.
It was a very back and forth game, trading objectives, trading blows on towards the Dragons here. And especially when we talk about the late game insurance here, you do have a lot in terms of Shisan on the Celestial Nua that's dishing out so much range damage against the Wendy, Gun, and Moker. That was a lot of pressure being generated just by Shisan himself.
It was such a tight spot to be in because Wendy was consistently looking for those little pincers and splinters into the health bars, right? One full combination of the freshly forged into the couple blades onto the different squishies, especially Sun on the Lung, it would have been game over because you did not have enough damage.
Yeah, as soon as Lung gets taken off the side of APG there, the damage definitely gets kind of cut in half. And you saw towards the end there, the frightfulness of that Lung pick, especially with that triple kill.
Oh, he definitely played that super duper well. He smelled the opportunity here and he immediately went for that game-winning push here. And you have to give props to Son. This is not his full season with the side of Alpha Gaming. He only played with them, what, this tournament only?
Yeah, I think it's crazy, right? If you take a look at the amount of time he's had in comparison to the performance, this guy, maybe he needed that rest, right? Because he has been very consistent the entire game. 5-0-2, the probable MVP for the side of Alpha Gaming at this point.
Yeah, and even Shishan here with a 2-0-5 as well with the Nua. But I mean, they are two long-range picks. The only person that was able to get into the back line was CY, but then once CY gets in, you're really just relying on Wendy to just be the driving force with those couple blades, and unfortunately, Muji has to be within close range and just wasn't able to get that.
It was a very difficult task for the side of Muji and CY here. Every time that CY wants to go in, you will see Yulong playing really well and baiting out more of these members towards the side lane here. Hence, they're stalling a lot of time to allow the double late game here, Shisan and Son, to scale towards those late game markers. And when they hit that late game, one annihilation immediately depleted Wendy's health bar on the Ganemo.
Yeah, this is where timing is very important. We were 19 minutes and 21 minutes into this game. This is late game status for Shisan on this Nua. We talked about this. It's all about him fulfilling the win condition, which is just get fully animized, right? Get your full EXP. And you could see at the last portions of the fight, he was the main difference maker. Those creation blocks pushing the different members of Nova. And you start to see, this is where fatigue is starting to set in. They're making mistakes.
They are. I mean, these are long series to play, and they are grueling ones as well, right? Especially when tournament life is on the line. But let's look at this head-to-head between Wendy and Shishan once again. But this time around, it's going into the favor of Shishan.
I think Shisan played a very clean game thus far. The creation blocks, the annihilations has been super on point, and every single kill that he provided for his team, it added a bit of pressure against Nova Esports because they were essentially playing on a timer. Every time they are delayed off the final game-winning push, the top side and bot side high ground wasn't taken down at all, which led to Son, the final triple kill, going into his pocket, circumventing the side of this game to a 2-1 for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Beautiful game coming in, no deaths at all. Once again, a zero death run from the side of APG. Alpha Gaming Sun here, 5-0-2. The amount of damage that he was able to do, really squeezing in during the important times to get the flaming palms of death onto many different members on the side of Nova, changed the state of the game in favor of Alpha Gaming.
Exactly, especially this end game push, as we'll see in the highlights very, very soon. But Nova definitely had their card in the race here, right? Obviously, they were able to open up the base of APG much earlier than APG was able to do with Nova, but APG Sun here with the aggression, just using the infinite fast business super duper aggressively.
I like that. This was a very good catch coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming as well. And this was the final fight. Take a look at Saber here, flashing and stunning Wendy. And the teleport here coming in from Shisan, immediately forcing Wendy and executing. And as of this point, your long range reach is already removed from the pool. No Swan, no Wendy, and Amuchi and CY. It's really difficult to take on the long, big minion wave coming in towards the mid side.
Definitely not, right? And with the Dread coming in as well. I thought for a moment this was going to be a little bit scary because with Muji, he could definitely potentially have cleared the lane and give his life in the process. But, of course, the APG looking for the finish. There's no way you allow one farm laner to change the state of the game before we hit into a break.
That's exactly. APG definitely looking for this 2-1 victory with a smile on the face as we head into the break and as we head from APG's last game where they took a 4-1 from Blacklist. They're looking to emulate this one onto Nova Esports. It's obviously to the detriment of Nova when they come back from the break to see if they can take this to a 2-2.
I would say they're in a very comfortable state thus far, knowing for the fact that they had a dominating fashion win against Blacklist International, now coming against Nova Esports right now. The hands are still hot and it is proven in the objective exchanges and the team fights in the game.
Right, we'll see how this is going to be like because we've seen teams recover after the break, right? And at this point, the halfway mark for both these teams, it is still very close, it's still very tight-knit. And then we will go and explore, okay, what is remaining in this hero pool? I mean, it's at this point for both teams, hero ocean, right? And we'll see how this is going to impact the rest of the series because it's still a best of 7.
But then, it has been a long day so far. The players need a short break before they can actually continue the series here. Because this has been, what, almost 10 games played thus far for both of these teams? Getting a breather will be very crucial for both Alpha Gaming and also Nova Esports to come back into a better mental state thus far. Hence, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, come back in about 5 minutes and we will see the epic lower bracket finale between whoever between Alpha Gaming or Nova Esports heading to the grand finals.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd from the blinding lights. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Promise, call me tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, day number 6 of the knockout stage. And so far, we are halfway through the Nova Esports versus Alpha Gaming series here, with Alpha Gaming currently 2-1 in the lead.
Right, we'll see what the difference is going to be here, because if you take a look at the expenses by Nova in terms of the jungle, quite a bit has been expended, right? You have the Oberen, you have the Luna. These are two big picks coming in from the side of Nova. While their hero pool is deep, I think the cost of the jungle heroes being put out by the side of Alpha Gaming hasn't been as expensive.
No, not quite as expensive on the side of Alpha Gaming. Obviously, we saw in game number 1, obviously, the telling tales of the potential of Consort U coming through, obviously, a little bit later on into the series. So maybe that's what Nova is either expecting from APG, or Nova want to pick up for themselves, but it's going to be Nova on the reactive red side here.
The red side will be interesting here because the first 3 games really allow you to venture into those high priority blue side picks here. When you go over to the red side, you're starting to think, how do I counteract the first pick that's going to be coming out from the side of Alpha Gaming?
So if you're on the side of Alpha Gaming now, on blue side, do you want to try the Nerza pick? I know that they might not have the Dole. Do they still have the Dole?
Alpha Gaming, let me recall, and I will give you an answer in... I think they still have the Dole.
Yeah, so Nova don't have the Dole, but
yeah,
Alpha Gaming
correct.
Yeah.
So why not go for the Dole and Nerza combination? You already used the Yangxian, right? Xiang has played that to perfection in the previous game, making the dives on the Wendy as well, making his life very uncomfortable. Now, with the Nerza, what are you left with to deal, right? The potential Menki. Does Nova have a Miyue in their arsenal as well?
That is actually a very good point here. If, for the side of Alpha Gaming, they remove the likes of the Pei and also another strong jungler, we might just see a Dolian Nerza coming to fruition like what you mentioned.
Potentially here?
Yeah, we can definitely double dive there, right? I mean, okay, it's not the most prio pick now, but if you go with a double dive, imagine a lane, Dolia, and Nerza combination. Dive for free. Maybe play... They don't have the long. I mean, okay, whatever farm lane you want.
Exactly, whatever farm lane you want to go for there within the Dolia, but it's going to be the Guan Yu here for Xiang for game number 4 here, so take it away from Xuan.
This is also under the consideration that Nova Esports no longer have access into the likes of the Mayin already as expanded in game 1. So counters are quite limited only to the selection of potentially the likes of the Charlotte.
No more Mayin?
No more Mayin. Game 1 it was played by Xuan. Yes.
Okay. Now this is going to be an interesting one, right? What kind of answers do you want from the side of Nova? It has to be stuns, it has to be disruptions. Now they pick up the channel. This is in the expectation that there is going to be a potential Ali coming out from side.
Potential Ali could be here for Sun. Obviously, it has been banned. It hasn't been banned here for them, but it's going to be the Jing for Yulong, one of his big picks coming through here with the mirror domain.
I haven't seen this in so long in the playoffs, especially. And when you know Yulong picks the Jing, he wants to punch it to a 3-1 because we always say, any addition of the Alpha Gaming roster, be it S3, be it until now, your jungler must know how to play Jing, not on a normal level, but on a top tier level.
Oh, exactly. And we see the exact counter here. So the Zhang Fei being picked up so far in the later stages of this KIC2025, whenever the Zhang Fei shows up, the Lapu Lapu is the answer, right? As long as the Lapu Lapu is not caught out in the Unbridled Arbors, he can turn that whole situation around.
I feel like it's really because of the fact that Lapu Lapu, his engaged timers are faster compared to the Zhang Fei here. If you miss the engage of Lapu Lapu, it's okay. You don't need to wait for the Rage Bar to stack. You can still use the skill 1 and skill 2 to find those decent engages here. But the difference for Zhang Fei is that once you miss the Unbridled Outburst, is to go back and do the walk of shame and start farming those rage stacks here. But I like the counter-active play here coming in from Nova. The Musashi being locked in, it's a good direct matchup into Yulong's Jing.
Right, it feels like Nova has hit a wall here in terms of like the things that looking to explore. We have seen potential counters in the same situation, right? The Charlotte coming in for the side of Nova. Miggy did show us with Boom that he can counter that play with the Charlotte. Can Xuan do the same?
With all potential here for obviously the side of AP, obviously Nova here. Can they do it here onto Xuan? But right now, obviously getting the ban out of the Ambrosa, the Shadow Bloom going through for them. Obviously great split push potential here once again, but they do still have the potential of the Q1, having that great setup, using the mournful tempo, trying to get the lockdown onto those more initiated heroes here, but then obviously leaving up to Muji to get the takedown.
And they're also saving the final counter pick for the side of Xuan on this clash lane here. With the pull being diminished, I only see an angle of Xuan going for the potential Charlotte here.
Okay, now talk to me about this consort Yu pick. This is one of your favorites, right? So with the protecting winds, how much is it going to save him? Sure, against the Musashi duo to the death, but then you have the Chano, you have the Changfei consistently stunning you as well.
I don't know if that's going to be the prime target of obviously the Musashi, right? Like obviously, yes, if you go in with the duel to the death, you have still the extreme speeds, then you can use the vaulting shot from consort Yu to leap away, but the delivery here for Musashi and Lu Bang is going to be scary.
I like the answer here coming in from Nova Esports here. It's like, okay, you picked the consort you want to mitigate any form of physical damage against me, bet I'll go for the Liu Bang here, go for the full magical build, and I will ride on towards the side of this Musashi on the hands of CY, and we will dive deep and try to find the assassination on towards these backline units.
And there's more to come as well, right? So besides the delivery system of the Battlefield Command, you also have the potential that, number one, you have the heals from the Liu Bang Battlefield Command. You also have the heals from the Wendy ultimate on this G1 here. With the Unending Sorrow, this feels like if Nova group up, this is a death ball. They don't die.
They don't die, they have the sustainability, they have the lack of the imperiled state here from the Musashi as well, and then obviously also that big damage burst with the magic damage from Liu Bang as well as the taunt coming through also. So yes, team fight wise, obviously it could be a long outdrawn team fight here from the side of Nova, but is the engage from the Lapu Lapu really going to be able to kind of like upset this whole thing?
I feel like it really boils down to execution here for both of these two rosters, Alpha Gaming and Nova Esports. Their draft is very consistent and very similar in the case where you have the key players here for Alpha Gaming. The engaged forefront will lie onto the Clash, mid, and roam, setting up the perfect situation for Yulong to enter here. On the flip side, Nova Esports will look for these big engages coming in from the Zhangfei and also CY to do the delivery system here, finding the perfect initiation for the team. It's really about who finds the perfect engage, who pulls the trigger first in this game number 4.
Yeah, I fully agree. This one really is who pulls the trigger first, right? Because the first initiation, if you layer it, time it right, essentially a lockdown for the entire duration.
Yeah, huge lockdown for the entire duration here. Could be spelling the end of a good team fight here. But now, obviously, Wendy going up head-to-head with Shishan into the lane here, just going for that 2v2 with the support here. But Yulong trying to just make sure that he's not going to get invaded, right?
Well, it's a better laning phase in the mid side for Nova, right? You have the heals and the shields from Waypit and Wendy, but you can see Yulong already understands that, hey, doesn't matter, maybe a potential first blood here. Do they want to force the flash? Unable to find that value here.
I mean, they found the value. They got the Crimson Golem, right? They took that away from the side of Nova Esports, and they're now looking to obviously just make sure that they keep hold of his own Crimson Golem. You'll see now that CY's like, oh, lads, my Crimson Golem's gone.
Yeah, and that's not going to be a sight that you are going to be very happy with, especially for CY. You need a level advantage to be able to pull maximum value, right? The higher the level is for CY, the tankier he becomes, and you will find it more difficult to take him down, of which then the combination of Wendy and Xuan really comes to fruition.
Yeah, Wendy and Xuan is going to be a huge sustained part of these team fights that can come through and happen onto the side of Nova Esports. But Nova just trying to get that space right, looking to get that upbeat tempo for themselves here in the early game.
I mean, it's more essential for CY to get that space right because he has lost that Crimson Golem to the side of Yulong. So the EXP value will be slightly ahead for the side of Yulong. You can see he's already at level 5.
Yulong at level 5, already kind of outpacing CY into the jungle as well. He's going to already be kind of like a staple marker in this early part of the game, right? The APG are looking to be dominant and looking to make sure they claim a victory with Yulong's signature pick.
Yeah, right now I think the other comparison I would like to take a look at is Waypit as well as Saber, right? These are two corresponding outs, both set up in a long-range fashion, and you can catch multiple people at the same time. Yulong here looking for an opening onto the side of Nova here. They're not going to find much. It's really more about the wave play.
Yeah, getting the wave play, getting that priority into the mid lane as we obviously heading into around about 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. So you can already still start to see that the second itemization for both of the jungle's items come through, and CY is able to reclaim his own Crimson Golem. So they know that where CY is going to be thanks to that little bit of intel, so they can kind of like go safely here into the top side of the map and claim that Azure Golem.
Yeah, it's all about the timing here. So based on how they've structured the map, Nova does have a slight goal lead, right? Because of the goal sharing, they found more value in the mid lane. Right now, approaching. You take that invade on the jungle with 7 seconds to go. Nova, they don't take the risk. They don't go for the steal on that Crimson buff on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, there's no need to, because obviously they still have that Guardian Sprite as well, right? So they're going to do reduced damage as well, whereas Yulong is going to do a full 100% damage come through to the side of Nova Esports, but able to secure their own Crimson Golem is going to be a saving grace here for the side of APG's Yulong.
Yeah, at this point I feel like Nova, they have the map control advantage, right? Because at any point of time, Xuan will definitely be able to rotate much faster with the battlefield command already. You'll see this first engagement, 3.5 minutes, both teams, you want to squeeze them out, this is the best time to do so.
Yeah, you want to use that global ultimate to perfection here onto the side of Nova Esports, just putting pressure onto these team fights, but more importantly, keeping CY alive when he commits those big dives.
Yeah, and they can also double down on the damage as well, right? Xuan can come in with the blitz, and with that they will be able to get a stun, the burst from the Dominator shield as well. That is extra value in terms of life-taking abilities from the side of Nova Esports.
Nova Esports just trying to set these lanes as the Tyrant gets online here, as we see a bit of a brawl go for it right now. Started very quickly and evidently here by Nova, the ball being placed down.
Yep, set up by Saber. Here comes the steal potential, but CY secures it. The fight is looking great for the side of Nova, though they have taken a lot of lives, but Xiang comes back, takes the life of CY. Right now it's a roam for a support, and Waypit will fall next as well. Nova lose 2, and APG looks successful.
They do look very successful, even regarding the fact that they didn't get that Tyrant and the increased damage buff here, and the fact that Nova has the gold lead as well. They had everything going for them in this team fight, but Xiang completely upset it for them.
I mean, they still have it. That's the craziest part, right? Yeah. So Nova with the gold lead, and with the Tyrant buff as well, unable to find the value of the team fight. And with this, they will be able to recover. The buffs will be left untouched on the side of Nova. So APG, they couldn't maximize it.
And I mean, because of that direct consequence, we do see that Xiang's able to build that Blazing Cape as well. So that's going to be the anti-heal they need going into these team fights to try and curtail that self-sustain of the side of Nova's draft.
Yep, I think, you know what, at this point, Nova, they're looking like they want to double down on the damage as well. Yeah. Damage and the heal values, because the stain for sorceries has been built into the kit of Wendy. And this is going to aid him not just in getting extra damage for every skill usage, it's going to increase his healing amount as well.
Exactly. Healing amounts can be increased here thanks to obviously just building that staves onto the side of Nova's Wendy. But obviously kill up for them. They are literally ahead in the gold lead as well, obviously into the mid part of the map. Gold lead is going over to Wendy.
Alright, I want to see the value that Shushan is going to be able to pour for his team. Every single board is going to be very important for the board master here. And at this point, Nova, they're holding on to the lead close to 1,000. So this is looking good, even though they gave away 2 pretty big kills over to the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, they're just trying to maintain that gold lead, right? They're just looking to keep themselves into this horse into the race for Nova Esports, because they are down 1 game point. Like, they have to make sure they put in every right foot forward into this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, over time, I still feel like Nova's draft is pretty strong, because on the pick of Yulong for the side of the Mirage, right, for Jing, you want to be able to land down your skills on the Muji. But with the shields, the Leaping Savior giving extra shields to Muji, the Battlefield Command coming down if it's necessary from Xuan, I don't think you get that one-shot burst you're looking for into Muji.
Oh, absolutely not, especially when you get that healing from Wendy, right? And also, obviously, the battlefield command from Traum, but it has to be used.
Oh no, Susan, he's falling low as well, has been caught using the passive. He will not survive with the battlefield command. Wendy takes the credit for that kill, and right now it's a 4v5. Nova looking for more value across the map.
They are. Obviously, Siang was looking for a rotation down there to go and help his buddy Zhishan on this board master, but got taken out. Obviously, not being able to use that flash thanks to that unbridled outburst.
And this is a big deficit, right? Zhishan was safe because he had his passive. Now, he's out of the passive for at least another 150 seconds. That's a long time. Nova can press for more.
Yeah, very long time within Honor of Kings here, so looking to keep himself in a great position, or maybe just use those boards to zone out these enemy teams. Is the potential here from Zhishan on the side of APG, but they don't want to lose his T1 in top side of the map.
Yep, they force the ulti from Wendy. Nothing too big for the side of Nova right now. As long as they don't take another fight, it should be a-okay. Sun, on the other hand, has other plans for the side of Alpha Gaming. They want to force this T1 down and look for the trade, but immediately Xuan makes that TP down. He's going to try and mount the defense. Unfortunately, not going to be in time. The rotation does come through. Nova, you can take the T1, but do you survive the escape?
Yeah, he doesn't want to take any hits from Sun, especially when he's got the Eternity Blade as well as the Shadow Ripper, right? Like, that's going to do a lot of damage, but then at the same time, you're able to kind of use that ult bolt to poke at a long range as well. Or even you can just try and go for the turret, take the shots, use the protective winds to completely get rid of it as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the value of having that second skill, physical immunity, right? You're able to tank a little bit more shots and put yourself in a position where you could serve as the bait. And then once APG has access to your backlines after you use that battlefield command, you'll find yourself out of options here.
Out of options and out of mind is going to be top side of the map. Muji just trying to clear out the minion wave upside here to make sure they don't lose that second T1.
They're going to try and go on the CY at this point. Nothing too big. They did have to commit the Yulong ultimate at this point. So CY now in a better position. Border going to be laid down. They got the stun. Still unable to find it. CY secures the Tyrant for the side of Nova. And right now, they just need to maintain this lead. They still have a goal lead. They have the next buff for 80 seconds. Waypit and Wendy. These are your defensive structures on the side of Nova. Until you take them down, Muji and CY are going to be unstoppable.
Absolutely. They're going to be safe here. CY. Muji is just going to be basically hiding behind Wendy and Waypit at this moment in time. Even Xuan as well, right? Like, obviously, that's a lot of the defense you have on the side of Nova Esports.
ABG, they look for the response immediately. Zhishan helps to secure this, even without the presence of Yulong, and this is going to be valuable for the side of Alpha Gaming. They have managed to keep this gold gap to less than 1,000 at this point, and Nova, until they get that kill onto the important members like Sun or even Yulong, I don't think this is going to change.
No, it's not going to change at all. Obviously, they need to get the right pickoffs here for the side of Nova Esports. Just take the team fights and dismantle the part of APG, which they haven't quite yet found that right momentum or even way into the team fight.
I think the biggest thing here is like Xiang hasn't found an opening as well. He does have the predictive chance, which I feel is going to be pretty vital in the team fights, but I think it requires the usage of Waypit's ultimate, the unbridled outburst, to really find value here.
Oh yeah, exactly. Try and get rid of the unbridled outburst, then go in, use the bridge charge, try and get the lockdown onto, say, for example, either CY or Muji there, but obviously Xuan took a lot of damage, used the battlefield command to get out alive.
Right. Now, with that being said, this is the 10-minute mark. This is a true wrestle between the teams. If you get this Shadow Tyrant buff, you win the fight. CY could be pushed back for a little bit. They will try to reset this Tyrant. In the meantime, you can see Xiang looking for an opening on this.
Yeah, dropping down the sprite really stops it, kind of like resetting any further out of range of Nova Esports here, but then they clear out the sprite lens. They use Saber here to make sure it resets.
Also using the mirror image on the side of Yulong to see if there's any potential catch angles here. So Yulong trying to work down on it. CY coming back here, both at level 14. Shields coming in from Waypit.
Waypit using the shield, keeping his teammates sustained in this long drawn fight for the Tyrants. Obviously, Daybreaker being built here by the side of APG Sun is definitely just going to amass more damage. But look at those traps, man. They are waiting for the side of APG, maybe even Yulong, to proc all these walls.
Oh, they actually have one. No, Nova takes the T1 in the mid. Right now, they can open up the map as well. Saber uses his dash to get out. Nova, they are patient, and the patience might be rewarded here.
It could be. Patience is a virtue here for these two teams, and they're looking to start to be a patient team around this fight of the Tyrant.
Oh, they wanted the ball. They can see why they're trying, but a save comes in from Waypit as well. All the damage in the wall on the backline. Saber not gonna survive. Flash comes in from the side of Muji. They see the ending. They see the opening as well. And with that, 3 kills for the side of Nova as Alpha Gaming make a mistake.
They made a huge mistake there to underestimate Waypit's unbridled outburst, which really upset the flow of the Ocean onto the side of APG. Now they are looking to lose a lot of their jungle, obviously the Boars, as well as the Crimson Golem going off the side of Muji. Is just going to enhance the growth of this hero.
And 1 minute in, this is the damage they've done structurally. Taking the T2 at the bottom, T2 in the mid looking, oh yeah, it's gone as well. So Nova now have done structural damage to the side of Alpha Gaming. And across the timing, you see T3s now are open on the menu. Nova just needs to strike hard one more time.
Exactly, just get a break apart team fight like we just saw there. Take Shishan, take Yulong off the table there, and that is going to be a huge damage output taken from the side of APG. And the fact that Nova now climb further and further to that gold lead, right about 5k gold lead now. Nova's looking scary.
Yep. And they have multiple sources of damage, right? Wendy taking another attempt into the T2 on the top. This is going to be secured by Muji, by the way. Both Wendy and Xuan have the staves of sorcery. They have extra magic damage. Sun does not survive this.
It'd be very easy. It'd be very hard for him to survive, right? Obviously, he's going to have to use that protective winds very well, or even use that vaulting shot onto the right person just to kind of get him, create space even further for him.
And the problems are going to get even tougher here. With 8 seconds to go, the Primal Bond will be taken away. And Nova start working on towards this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, so that means if any kind of push is kind of amassed here by APG, that when that Overlord gets taken down, they can just be like, you know what? That's a nice try, but we'll use the Shadow Overlord to get that completely eradicated. As you can see, bot side of the map is just being controlled here by Xuan.
Yeah, Sun is trying to use the Protecting Winds as an extra movement speed here, but the true target is going to be the T3 in the mid. That is the lowest out of the 3 available tier 3s for the defense on the side of Alpha Gaming. Unfortunately, that should fall in a short moment.
Very fall. A short very fall in... fall short in a very full moment, exactly as I was saying there. English is my best suit, clearly, but APG, they need to stack a good defense here.
Yeah, it's looking a little dangerous, a little spicy for the side of Alpha Gaming. One more hit would do it, and I'm talking about the lives of APG members. The poke is coming in, they get some healthy damage onto the T3 on the top. There is no more minions to speak of, but the poke damage from Muji as well as Wendy with the help of the Staves of Sorcery. This one is so hard to handle.
Oh, very hard to handle here for both APG, right? Like, see, they have 2 T3s looking pretty low right now. They have the Vanguard marching through once again into the mid, into the top side of the map. This is going to be a hard defense.
They're going to get some free damage as well, but they're unable to contain the different members. Look, the T3 in the mid is going to be pried wide open. Nova find that first gash. It's going to be a deep one in the middle of APG's Gorge.
They always say the first cut is the deepest here for the side of Nova, and they're proving it into that mid lane. The T3 being taken down here. Vanguard, Shadow Vanguard, bot side of the map, still looking to put pressure onto the side of APG, but the pressure just not only from these turret games, but it's also from the gold lead here as well.
Wavy has been very patient with his Unbridled Outburst as well. The beast needs to be unleashed at the correct time, and Nova knows this. If they can find an opening, it needs to be a guaranteed takedown onto the members of APG. Shishan does have his passive, but take a look at the wraparound potential here. They're trying to hide Xiang, but Xiang unable to find an opening just yet.
Just yet into the backline, round about that Azure Golem as well. Maybe look for a big crucial fight, but at the same time, they have the minion waves into the mid lane crashing in, right? They have the enhanced minions. Like, what the playstyle here? The Unbridled Outburst connects.
Yep, they set it up onto Saber, but Xiang is wrapping around there. They caught the catch on the Muji. No, they don't. And this is going to be danger for the side of Nova. They have Prior over the Shadow Tyrant, and this is going to be 90 seconds of fighting prowess. Xuan has been making work at the top side of the map as well. APG caught out, CY makes a dive. The heals come through, and the kills might not, but they chase down CY as well, finishing the job here. A great start. CY might have to give his life. No, it is going to be a trade. CY for 2 Yulong balls as well when he comes in with the heals, with the catch, and Nova, they have found an opening. It's going to be game number 4 going into the hands of Nova.
Yes, a beautiful finish there for Nova Esports. Wendy coming in with that flank there, getting a double CC onto the enemy team and just allow that damage to formulate and get that crystal takedown for game number 4.
And so far in the story of this best of 7 series thus far, it's really about mitigating the loss in that early game and bringing into a 10-minute mark. Whoever gets the best out of that 5v5 will dictate the game in a much bigger tempo here. And that fight was escalated at the front end for the side of Alpha Gaming, but in the end, it was the Musashi Liu Bang combination bringing in the escape route for CY, nuking anyone close to that Musashi.
Yeah, just out tanking, right? The heals, the damage coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming actually is pretty scary. But when you're dealing with like the Leaping Saber shields, you're coming in with the Battlefield Command heals as well. How do you deal with it? And Musashi by nature is already pretty tanky in the late game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when he's using the lifesteal, also the extreme speed, right? Like trying to catch him is very slippery, but then also using that duel to the death to get that imperiled state to stop any healing on your enemy team is definitely a hard one to counter.
You can see towards the final few moments of the side of the Musashi coming from CY, his Swordmaster played it phenomenal. First thing, he marked down Xiang, the horse that is coming in from the backside here, isolating him, bringing in the ultimate coming in from the side of Xuan, the Liu Bang ultimate. And then, once they're taking down the War Saint, we thought that, okay, all the spells being dunked onto CY will result into an immediate burst. But no, the tankiness coming in from the pick itself allowed CY, before his death, to take another life from the side of Alpha Gaming, which was Yulong's Jing.
And that's not enough, right? That's the physical damage, that's the heals coming out. And then you have the atomization coming in from the side of Nova as well. Wendy and Xuan giving the magic damage. This one was the one that really hurt players like Sun.
It was. When you see these moments, right, Wendy went for the full magical damage route. He did not go for the semi-tank route. This is a late game Yuan Tunecaster build that we are talking about here. So, for the side of Nova, they're playing with 3 core players and the advantage of the Liu Bang being the supplementary shield coming in for your safety.
Yes, Liu Bang being there just to be a pest for the side of Nova Esports onto APG, right? Obviously just basically using that shield, keeping their teammates alive, just being a great asset here. But I mean, to be honest though, when we're looking at Wendy, are we surprised that he's able to carry on this U1?
Of course, this is always the go-to route for the side of Wendy here. When everyone is looking to play the semi-tank, the healer route, he's always going for the more aggressive carry route here. Hence, in this goalie alone, as we talk about it, at the 10th minute mark, there is not much of a difference here. But due to the fact that you lost the 10th minute team fight here, the entire avalanche just starts piling down on towards the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah. And I want to highlight the difference between the playstyle of Yulong as well as CY. CY is able to dive into the entire team and get AoE damage, right, with the duel to the death if they're stuck together. But Yulong doesn't have that kind of prowess. He can get that singular target burst, but it's not going to be enough. And he's not as tanky as CY. You see the difference here. Even with so much gold, the value they brought was completely different.
Yeah, it was just never enough, unfortunately, for the side of Yulong on the side of APG, but Muchi, however, had a different story on this channel, right? He was pretty unstoppable with this one, always chilling towards the back line, not dying a single time, and dealing 37% of the damage, but only taking less than 9.
That's an impressive number, especially when we saw in those moments there, where was the enemy team? They had a Yixing, they had a Guan Yu, they also had a Jinger, so those are a lot of backline access, and to be able to be deathless in the game with only 9% damage taken, this goes to show how well this player on the pack leader is essentially positioning himself in those team fights.
It shows you why a good coach is very necessary, because you get to see now that every single option that APG wants to explore, you realize that actually Nova has one more save condition to be able to make life difficult for the side of APG.
I mean, that's a bit of an upset for the side of APG, right? Yulong not getting a dub on that Jing is definitely going to be a salt in the wound here, as they were a point with the head, but they are now neutralizing once again thanks to Nova with this. But Bridal Air was fantastic.
Immediately disengaging the side of Nova Esports and then allowing Xuan and CY to deal the final blows on towards the enemy team. That led to this monstrous of a Musashi here, single-handedly diving toward the backline here, tanking again Yulong and assassinating him before actually falling here. And after this point, Wendy's trailing behind with the Mortal Temple, finding onto 3-man for the final moment here, which leads to this game to become a 2-2 all.
It's really all the shields and the heals that are surviving. CY doesn't mind giving living his life because he had already done the deepest gash possible to the side of APG, right? Taking the 3 most important members straight away in the fight. And this one, a well-deserved win. I feel like, Nova, maybe they have found their strides here.
Maybe they have found their strides, or maybe they are literally just dueling to the death with that Masashi ultimate. But now we're getting a neutralized lead here into the bracket. Nova are now 2-2 against APG. Do they take another 2 victories, or do we go 3-2, 3-3 ultimate battle?
Oh, minimum 6 games on our hands here, gentlemen. So we will have a large potential of going into that ultimate battle that we talk about, game 7, everything removed, going back to that classic blind draft here. That will be very interesting, especially we haven't got one in the recent days.
Oh, that's true. But you know what? We will wait until we get to that point.
Correct.
Right now, I think the thing we have to explore is, okay, you have not found the value you wanted with the Jing pick. Does this hurt your confidence as a jungler? Because this was supposed to be prime Yulong, right? We were supposed to see him come out as a monster, destroy the likes of Nova, especially Muji. Confidence now on the side of Nova should be at an all-time high.
Well, for the very least, if we were to look into the mindset of these players here, I do think that confidence has always been there. The only thing that is not there potentially is the stamina, because it's been a long day for both of these teams. Nova is the first to arrive in the venue, and they've stayed here for all 3 best of 7 so far. And if you're APG, you're playing back-to-back BO7s.
Exactly, it's scary, right? APG definitely starting to show a little bit of a blunder here within their performance because they're having to play back-to-back games. But so far, they've done well, right? Obviously, they're keeping it to a 2-2 scoreline, but they need to do more if they want to be the 2nd grand finalist within KIC2025.
It will be stakes at hand right now.
I think the biggest difference here is the fact that Lapu Lapu was picked up, did not get the win.
Oh, that's
I think this one really hurts Alpha Gaming.
And it really boils down to Game 5 and Game 6, where we talk about it. We saw the global ban picks. In Game 4, after the game has concluded, 20 heroes are now default banned away from both sides here. And once again, Alpha Gaming taking the reactive red in towards their pockets here. As we really talk about the BO7 setting, the first few games, it favors the blue side for the strong blue side picks, OP picks. When it goes towards the red side, it's when you go into the Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, where the red side, it's an easier side to formulate a better draft.
And this is where it comes to a situation where, look, the difficulty is going to increase, and you have to start looking past the old mistakes, right? If you keep hanging on for Nova and APG about, hey, you know what, we didn't make the full use of this particular pick in the previous games, you're going to be caught in the past. Right now, you want to aim for the future. I think they need to look at what is the next best step to kind of hurt the confidence, but also to be able to dominate the competition.
I mean, to be honest though, Nova has obviously now brought this to a 2-2 score, so I feel like their confidence hasn't been shaken yet. If anything, it's kind of just like burnt it bright here for the side of Nova Esports. And now, obviously, getting into this game number 5, are we going to be seeing a little bit more back to basics? Are we going to be seeing a potential Organ pickup come through here as well? Because it is getting to that part of the series.
I think Alpha Gaming definitely has what it takes to pick up the Organ here, because Nova Esports, they have expanded that back in game number 1, and now both sides will go back to the bread and butter bans here. For the side of Nova Esports, potentially think of removing the Luna and also the Arlie here. These 2 picks can never go over to the hands of APG, because those 2 players, Son and Yulong, they are experts on that pick. Now, for the side of Alpha Gaming, same thing. Mai Shenui doesn't come out at all.
Straight away, as you spoke of it, the Fire Ninja is not going to be allowed into the Gorge for this game for the side of Nova. And APG, we will see what kind of difficulty they'll put across. Being on the red side, the counter pick side, Nova, like you said, will not allow the Arlie. This is one of the specialties of Sun. We've seen him perform on this hero even from 2024.
Now my question is, do you let go of the Guan Yu, or do you let go of the Pei here? This is an interesting factor, because if you let go of the Pei, there is still the counter matchup of the Organ here, but they do decide to let go of Xuan's Guan Yu in this game 5.
I think you don't let go of the Guan Yu, but straight away they want to put a little bit more steady hands with the steady will for this Flowborn marksman into the hands of Muji.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of focus on Muji here in terms of the draft, right? Obviously, the first so many games, he's just basically making sure he's locked in, has that marksman, but over to the side of APG, they're going for more crowd control here. They're going for Siang, under the Dama, the D-Ranger as well.
This is a very comfortable 1-2 coming in from Alpha Gaming. You have strong laning coming in for the side of DRJ, and you have a consistent setup coming in from Xiang's Dharma here. It goes back to the same thing. Whichever Clash Lane gets the better flank, whichever Clash Lane gets the better opening, wins the game for the team.
And you know, if that situation does not present itself, then it becomes more of the clash lane. It's okay, I'm going to stop you from reaching the point where you need to be. And that is going to be sufficient enough because the rest of my team, we're going to win the 4v4.
Yeah, the Motsu pick coming through here is definitely going to be able to stop that one.
Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh, Athena, the Sacred Warrior, coming through again today.
This is going to be an interesting one because so far, in today, Athena Rome has yet to find a singular win in the BO7 setting here. So I'm interested to see how Alpha Gaming decides to pull this off. As we know, the introduction of the potential counter of the Athena Rome there is a few prerequisites. Number one, your roam needs to be able to bring spine. Number two, your mid lane should be a utility mage.
Oh no, and okay, technically the Motsu can go into the mid, but you really want the Peacekeeper in the mid here?
Probably not, no. I mean, you're definitely losing a lot of utility, or even potentially a lot of a carry potential, right? Obviously, we are seeing the ban out of the Newer as well as the Mai Noise, so... And the coming here as well for the side of APG, and then obviously Shishan, he got the use of the Yixing, the board master last game, so banning this one out is just going to mitigate the control of the battlefield here.
And surprisingly enough, in the recent pick and bans of this final lower bracket here, there's a surge of amount of the Kongming being the ban phase here, and this is targeted directly towards the jungle Kongming.
This is so difficult. Now, APG, they're going to pick up the potential Lady Chen. Do they go for the Ogren pick with this? Or do you go for a little bit more of an assassin type to try and, you know, ramp up the farming potential on the side of APG?
I think Alpha Gaming, if they go for the Ogren, it makes a lot of sense here because it gives you a very comfortable situation that you can still consider full damage Ogren.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Blacklist approach, but they could definitely go for the full damage Ogren here, but it looks like onto the side of Nova, they may lock in the Agudo here, and even the Xiao Xiao, as we're seeing here, being placed for the side of Nova, so they're going to have that huge AoE damage. A little bit of a long-range poke as well, thanks to Xiao Xiao. Oh, wait, there we go, Princess Frost.
So that is the prerequisite. I'm still waiting for the lock. Okay, so it won't be Xiao Xiao here coming in for the mid lane. So my question is, how do you realistically play the early game coming in from the Agudo? Because we know, Agudo's first clear, it will be very beneficial if you can release the first jungle monster, be it the Spike-Tail Beast, be it the Crimson Golem, because these are the available options here. But if you have an Athena constantly harassing you, that's a lot of pressure being put on towards the side of Nova Esports.
I mean, we saw one of the potential answers, right? Which is, let's ignore the Athena altogether. We just gank the hell out of the opponent jungler instead. So this one might be a little bit scary for Yulong here on the Fade, but at the same time, if APG finds success with the deterrence and irritants of this Athena, Yulong becomes so much more stronger because he's going to have the level advantage, he's going to have the gold advantage as well. And once you push against the corner, who's going to love that? Nobody other than Xiang. He's gonna slam you against the walls, and that's gonna be the truth that, hey, this game is a disaster for you.
Exactly. So pause you, place you in your, put you in your place, and then obviously we have the Hardened Jade Steel that's gonna come through to try and just completely claim those kills and claim those objectives.
Now, main question is, how does Nova Esports play this early game here? Yes, we talk about the potential setup coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. That's only if they can successfully convert the Athena lead generated by the hands of Saber into these monstrous gold leads that lead to landsliding team fights here. So that is the game plan for Alpha Gaming. So for Nova Esports, how do you realistically formulate a defense to make sure that the Agudo on the hands of CY gets a comfortable game moving on?
I think you bring Xuan over, right? You bring Xuan, you try and get Saber using the push, heroic charge, push him away from the buffs. Just buy as much time as possible. Once you get the smite, just leave and try to use that gold sharing mechanism on the top side of the map in the Clash lane and try to recover farm from there.
Now this is a very important game between these two teams. One mistake will allow your opponent to get the better of you, and also the series point is one of the most important BO7s in the lower bracket.
Oh, absolutely. Tournament life on the line here for Nova against APG for the fifth time now as we go into the fifth game of this best of 7.
There we have it. This is what I'm talking about. Just keep pushing away. And Saber now might have to give his life without even finding that he can't steal anything right now. And this is what you want, Nova. This is a great answer.
Very good answer to the Athena is just bully them and move them out of position so they cannot steal anything. And to be honest, it's not really going to disrupt the flow of Nova's CY either.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is then a question of timing, right? Does Yulong try his best? Can he actually find value? Can he speed up his jungle rotation? Because right now, Saber is not technically doing his job. He's supposed to irritate the members on the side of Nova as well.
Yeah, I think the good thing here is the fact that obviously the Flowborn marksman down to the bot side of the map going against the D-Ranger is a decent matchup anyway, so it's not like he needs Waypit down there holding his hand. Waypit's like, you know what? I will handle Saber for you.
Yeah, and this is looking great for the side of Nova, right? And now Saber needs to find value here. Get a steal, get us something across the map. He only gets one camp immediately locked down. And now the entirety of Nova is showing why this Athena strat doesn't really work when you have the answers.
Exactly. I mean, especially if you go to the ultimate battle as well, right, and you're not really expecting it, then obviously that's where we start to see it be a little bit more fruitful. But right now, into the global ban pick, when you are picking the Athena around about that third, second pick onto your team, you can really formulate and find a way around it.
Yeah, and this is where I like the pick on Wendy, right? This Xiao, one of the most biggest burst mid heroes in the game as well. This is one perfect answer to deal with Saber right now.
Oh, Saber, once again, just going to take it down more and more, but for those obviously watching who has never seen an Athena before, this is the Athena distraction strat, and the more you die, the less gold you get.
Oh yeah, exactly. Full value though, Yulong. Oh, he's playing with his life for this one. Stun comes in, not going to be able to find value in that, but with the respawn on the side of Saber, he's going to be able to get the knock up. Now, do remember, Saber, every time he respawns, he actually knocks targets up. Will be locked for the time being. Unable to buy a little bit more time, and Nova actually, even with all the distractions, they have a immense goal lead. 2.5 minutes in. This is more than 1,000 gold.
It is more than 1,000 gold here for the side of Nova, especially so early. Yes, they got 5 kills, but it is going to all literally be for the side of APG Saber. So they are playing this one like as they are brawling. It's just basically Saber is offering himself to them.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, I mean, the silver lining for the side of Alpha Gaming is Yulong is level 7. Once again, they can take the life with Saber, right? They don't really have to care about this at this point anymore. APG, now it's really about what other things can you do across the map? Because Saber is giving you the information already. He won't be able to do much aside from taking maybe 1 or 2 camps every few minutes.
Which isn't going to be as kind of like demonstrable as he hopes it's going to be, right? It's not going to disrupt the flow of CY on the Zagudo, very fast clearing jungle in the early game, but when he get a kill onto Shishan, didn't see that happen.
Yeah, off cam, and this is now the start of a potential problem for the side of Alpha Gaming. You need to have the goal lead when you are playing this Athena strat, and time again, Saber unable to really give value to the side of Alpha Gaming. But there is a potential turnaround, right? Yeah. All these titles, the Rampage, Killing Sprees, if they get the shutdown on the different members on the side of Nova, that could change.
Exactly. Are you looking at shutdowns onto Wendy, onto CY, or even Waypit, right? Like he definitely landed the Cannon Blast to perfection, like really stopping, and obviously the synergy with the knock-up of Xiao Qiao as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether that burst damage is going to be enough. Yulong trying to work down on this time, and will get it here. Didn't have to commit. The ultimate actually uses his smite. He wants to make sure that this is not going to be a difference of smite ability for the Azure Golem. For now, Nova looking for a target. You know who they want. Ooh. It is going to be Sun. Everyone onto him. And even with the flash, it is still not enough. A killing spree for CY here. And the damage is not sufficient. Yulong, he may have the level advantage, but he does not have the damage.
Yeah, bit of a killing blow down to the bot side of the map. And Saber has now spawned into the backside of this team. He's going to do his best to try and keep, or at least get a takedown. And there he goes.
Yep, one more catch. Xiang here looking for an opening. They get the finish. If he gets the call, it's going to be huge, and they get it! Combination unlocked here. Do they get the kill? They get one in the form of CY. They get Waypit as well, but the response is immediate. Xiang going to be taken down from the likes of APG. And is that the maximum value you can extract? Because the goal lead has not shifted at all.
Not shifted one single bit, but obviously they are going to get the takedown of CY, which means that you know for a fact that the enemy's buffs or camps, they're going to be a little bit of a free ride
Okay, Saber did steal that one. Did funnel that into the hands of Muji. Still, nonetheless, not the biggest loss. They did buy some time on the side of Alpha Gaming. But the biggest issue here is that now you get to see the combination. You have to keep your eyes on Xiang. You commit 4 members onto Sun, you get the kill. So what? We can turn that fight around immediately.
Which is a good call for the side of Nova, right? Like if they felt to Xiang's just amazing play there with the True Mantra, then didn't get anything single back, like no recall, no quick response, then Nova would be in trouble.
Yeah, and the timing of which Nova chose to take that fight has been great because you don't maximize the value of the Rampager. The gold difference, it's really minuscule. They have just cut it down by what, 400 gold at this point.
Yes, exactly. They're just trying to like make
Sun, he's gonna try, gets picked off again. Shen looking for the opening. Sun, he is caught in no man's land. CY finishes the job. T1 is the reward as well, and Nova are looking strong.
Yeah, very strong Nova here, taking that T1 down to the bottom side of the map, but you are seeing a bit of a quick response here from APG Xiang. Getting that T1 top side, but do they have a farm lane left after this at all?
I don't think they care. Look at the damage on the T2 as well. Nova is just making plays after plays. Alpha Gaming, they are the ones trying to catch up even with the Athena roam.
They are trying to catch up. I mean, they should be the ones that's kind of like, hey, Nova, let's slow you down. Let us be ahead in terms of that gold. And right now, Nova's like, yeah, all right then, let's see what you can do. And unfortunately, it's just not coming into fruition.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking for the wheel clamp here, right? But it's them who have their legs clamped on the side of Alpha Gaming. This is not ideal for them. See why he has not been troubled at all. So far, the only time, I mean, it's been, what, a singular buff stolen by the side of Saber, and even then, it was funneled back into the hands of Muji.
Exactly, put it into the marksman, probably not something you should be proud of here, especially when it's going to be the flowborn marksman. As you can see, Muji building the Doomsday already as well, looking very frightful with the itemization already.
Yeah, this is not ideal. I mean, okay, Saber, did he actually get that? He did, right? So he went into the hands of Wendy with that one. But Muji, this is the real problem for the side of Alpha Gaming, right? Muji, late game, he's going to be able to shred the members like Xiang and Saber really quickly.
Exactly. We just shred them down super quickly here on the side of APG. Another Doomsday being built once again, so even more shred potential here for the side of Nova Esports as they're trying to get those catches, trying to get those cannon blasts onto Yulong. The Radiant's actually been blocked here.
Right, all nice stun combination, not going to find the job here because Saber actually comes in with the finish. Wait, hang on, CY, he's down for the count. Alpha Gaming, this could be big for them, but it's a rampage for Muji, and with that, the T2 needs protection on the bottom side, will be taken down, and even when they lose, Nova win.
I mean, that's a good time for, for CY to die, right? Like, you are seeing that the fact they're able to get the T2 down to the bottom side of the map, so with no neutral objectives up, obviously CY now coming up now as that second Tyrant here. Definitely a prime moment for him to die, if any.
I mean, he resets the kill count. So, you know, the value of the gold for the kill is minimized. And with that, Yulong does get that take on the Tyrant, but can they find more? If they find a wave hit here, it could be huge. Nice block by Saber. He's going to give his life for the cause. It's going to be an unstoppable reign for the side of Wendy, which means gold could be valuable if they get the kill on Wendy.
Very valuable here, obviously freezing the way, top side of the map is going to be Schwan there, and making sure that minion wave coming through is going to naturally crash into that T1.
Ah, this T1, I think it's gone. Nice, a knockup by the side onto Shishan as well. Oh no, what is Weipit doing? He had to expend the thing inside the box, a wasted ultimate at this point.
A little bit unfortunate, but they are potentially going to get that T1 at the top side of the map, so they are still going to be able to get that prize that they were looking for, and the T1 into the mid lane is not looking too healthy either.
Yeah, it's not, and that's one of the most important turrets in this game, right? The moment you have that taken down, it opens up the map for the rest of the members on the side of Nova. Your camps will be under pressure. Once again, they're going on to CY. He's going to use his role to get out to safety, but the damage has been done. Alpha Gaming, they can't protect this T1 in the mid for too long.
They can't protect it too long here. Alpha Gaming are going to have to give it up at some point in time. Their side lanes are not looking too LPI. They're obviously Muji's able to get that T2 down to the bot side also. He's just looking for that pain game. That Arrow Storm is going to hurt.
Yeah, it's starting already. He's at level 13. We need to take a look at his gold later on. Let me just actually take a look at that. He's at 7,000 gold already, halfway there.
He's halfway there. He has the Shadow Ripper looking to build into the Daybreaker as well, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming online very soon for the side of Nova Esports, but now they're looking to contest the Shadow Tyrant.
10 minutes in, this is where Nova wants to get the finishing blow. Nice stuns onto Saber as well. This is where Xuan has shined so many times, but on the sidelines, Xiang as well looking for the opening. They're going in. Can they find the angle? Xiang will be knocked back. They have him under control. Nice stun. It's going to be Saber giving his life, but Wendy has fallen. CY as well, and here comes the finishing blow. All they have to do is to finish the job. Waypit unable to land the stuns, unfortunately for him. And with a nice movement, they will not be able to find the kill, but the T1 is for the taking, and Alpha Gaming win big.
Yes, a big opening here into the mid lane, not even getting that Shadow Tyrant. They was just like, you know what, let's commit to this fit. Let's commit to the fight. Let's get the takedown of Nova Esports, and that's exactly what they did here.
Yeah, 10 minutes. This is such an important timer for both teams. Alpha Gaming did not win, did not take the Shadow Tyrant, but right now they secure it. And look at the structural damage they have done. T2s across the board, except for the one at the top, has been taken down. Saber looking for the steal on the Crimson Golem as well, will be successful. Alpha Gaming, they win big. 3,000 now in lead for the goal.
This was definitely a quick turnaround. I mean, you could have blinked and for a moment's notice you thought that Nova was in for a clear win, but then APG was like, no, let us get that big play, let's get that fight, and we will take that victory.
But you start to see the value of Muji as well. Look, he's melting Saber quite quickly with the arrow shower. And with that, Alpha Gaming, they need to be very careful about their positioning. So far, I think the biggest difference is that nobody has kept their eyes on Xiang. And I feel like this is costing Nova quite a bit.
Oh yeah, they've completely forgotten that they have a Dharma in this mix of the fight up on the side of APG, right? Like, they are not expecting any kind of truth mantra, any enlightened mantras coming through. And then all of a sudden, just like a supernova, it explodes and implodes, and then Nova gets taken down with that sort of like 3-1 trade, which is not something they can really afford at this point in the game.
Yeah, because Yulong, once he's in range, it's actually an AoE ultimate, right? So the number of marks he lands, that's essentially guaranteed kills if APG finds the damage in that moment. Waypit, he did manage to find a couple of knockbacks on the Xiang, but that was clearly not enough.
Definitely not enough here, but obviously we have the minion wave charging through top side of the map here. Waypit gonna have to use those cannon blasts to stop them in their place. Sun knows too well not to use that cleanse.
He is clear. He has been caught, what, 3 times in this game, each one more punishing than the previous one. So Sun, I think he has learned his lesson. Right now, they want to secure the Shadow Overlord. If APG gets this, it could bear the deep fangs that will cut into the T3s on the side of Nova's base.
Yes, the hunger pains start to set in here for the side of Nova. They are looking hungry for that gold lead once again, but unfortunately, it's slipping away by around about a 2.7k gold lead.
Yeah, a healthy one, but we need to look at where this lead is going into. The scary part, it is all into the hands of Yulong here. He has a 3,000 gold lead against the likes of CY. And with that, it means he can get the insta-kill onto the members of Nova easily.
And the fact that he's built the Demon's Bane as well, right? Like, they know that the trouble is coming from Wendy, is coming from Waypit as well in terms of those cannon blasts, because they can hit if you're a squishy hero like the Feather Fade.
Yeah, and right now, I also want to place my eyes on Shushan. I feel like he has been getting immense value from this freeze states.
Yes, the freeze states have been huge here with Instructor Deluge. Definitely using its protection here, just kind of zoning out and making sure the minion waves don't pass that point of that team.
Yeah, right now they're just trying to bait out the common spells as well as the items coming in from the side of Nova. One more hit. It needs to be a perfect one. An uppercut in the face of the Nova.
The Arrow Storm used there just to kind of clear out the Vanguard down to the bottom side of the map the way it's meant to be intended here for the side of Nova Esports. But now, Nova just have to keep this defense up, and then maybe, just maybe, they can come back out of their base.
I don't think it's going to be that simple, right? Right now, Nova, they have a big problem. Right now, if Xuan gets caught off, it's going to be an instant 4v5, and Yulong, that same problem exists for him as well. They will be looking to push on this T3 on the top. They're making the run for it. CY trying to put the Wild Growth down, but Xiang is there to put damage onto them as well.
Yes, trying to use a kind of blast into the backline, trying to stop Xiang with a re-access into that fight there, but the T3 takedown top side of the map is definitely going to be for certain here for the side of Nova Esports. I mean, APG, sorry, they're looking to just get even more, maybe even just chill a little bit, go for the Shadow Tyrant, have a lot more damage, and just go back in for a big team fight.
Raid is going to be used onto Shishan. Just Shishan alone. In fact, Cannon Blast does not hit. I feel like the fatigue is setting in for Nova. Alpha Gaming, if they want to pounce, this feels like the perfect opportunity to do so.
It would be. There it is. Waypit, Saber, trying to dive in with the Sacred Warrior there, trying to set up the whole motion.
Yeah, they're ball baiting, but here comes Xuan. He's looking for the catch. Can he find him? Oh no, he's being stopped. And right now, even with all that value, he has been caught as well. Xuan, the first one to fall. All the damage in the world will be available for APG. They didn't take a loss at all, and this is a guaranteed Shadow Tyrant.
It is a guaranteed Shadow Tyrant, especially with that minion wave crashing through top side of the map as well. They know for a fact they cannot take that fight, and if they did take the fight, that minion wave would be heading to their crystal.
I mean, the amount of stops they have, the disruptions, this is so difficult for Xuan. He can't find anything.
Nothing at all. He can't find a single crumb from the side of APG, and that's scary, especially when Nova was in such a position of power.
Yeah, and late game, this is where Saber's going to have a lot of value as well. He, with his anti-CC movement skills, is going to be able to cause quite a bit of a headache for the side of Nova. 2 more lanes to break through.
It's only looking very inevitable here for the side of APG as they're approaching the bot side of the map here as well, using that arrow storm, just trying to clear them out, yet with a destructive deluge.
Oh, but the damage on the T3, the bottom side is going to be taken down. There is no response from the side of Nova. Just pokes and prods. They cannot finish off any member on the side of APG.
But APG is able to finish up that T3 down to the bot side of the map, right? That's basically what they came for into this little brawl, this exchange. And I've just noticed, obviously, HBSE are watching this match closely.
Very close, and this is very important because this is going to be a preview for the grand finals of tomorrow. Another best of 7 between one of these 2 hopefuls here. Now, with the Primal Bond, they're still doing a lot of work on the Shadow Overlord. APG should secure this. And now, with the final calls across the gorge, does APG finish the job?
They should do. I mean, they don't want it to go any longer, right? I mean, we have already seen almost close to Tempest Dragon so far between these 2 teams. And I mean, that just then means that if you get a steal onto the side of Nova, yes, you only have 1 T3 alive, but you get the Tempest, you get the Vanguards, you get that enhanced power.
And this is a team lineup composition on the side of Nova Esports that actually does quite a bit of turret damage as well when allowed to. So we see this defense holds right now. Challenge is going to be issued by Alpha Gaming. Shadow Overlord flying down in the mid lane.
Flying down into the mid lane, looking to take that fight there as well, obviously with the singular last standing T3 here for the side of Nova Esports. ABG with around 4.8k gold lead is going to be negligible at this point. Everybody is pretty much near 6 slotted.
Storm is going to be able to stop them for the time being. Xiang looking for an opening. Jump in by Saber. He wants to set the team fight up, pushing them back. He gives his life. That's great. Now it's going to be an empty base for the side of Nova. They have dealt with the Shadow Vanguard to the best of their abilities. And with that, APG say, no more risk. We will give you your time and space. We'll back off first.
Yeah, the fact is that they got that T3 right. Saber went in, he died, but he knew his teammates. They had the objective in mind. And the best thing was to get that T3.
And now Saber, he's just giving information. At this point, he has died too much that, you know, the gold that's given over to Nova is minuscule. APG don't care.
They don't care at all. APG is like, you know what? Keep getting these little bits of gold. Try and take this gold lead from us. It's not going to happen. They're just going to kind of amass all their buffs into their utility and try and go for a big team fight.
Alright, they can't even catch Yulong here with the dashes. He's going to be able to get stunned off. But for now, APG, they have the Crimson buff in the hands of Sun, in the hands of Yulong. This is looking perfect so far for Alpha.
Yeah, if you want to give Crimson buff over to anybody onto the side of APG, it's definitely wanted to be going over to Sun and Yulong just for that extra tiny bit of damage before this next Tyrant comes onto the gorge in around about a 10 seconds time. And do Nova try and contest this one?
They have to, right? At this point, look, they're already priming the position. Saber finds out the positions of the different members on the side of Nova. But here comes the lockdown wave pit. Hang on, Yulong, he's gonna try, but the save comes in. Alright, they get the first life of Yulong. Can they finish the job here? Wendy's taken down. The catch by Xuan, trying to save the game for the side of Nova. It is gonna be available. Xiang does take a fall, but right now it's a 2-for-1 trade. APG, they play their cards right, they back off, they don't take any more losses.
Yes, very nice trade here from Nova. They could even like to try and even go for this Shadow Tyrant, but now it's been taken off. Tempest is up in around about 24 seconds.
Right, Sun and Mochi, each of them have the Crimson buff. This is going to be 2 damage, burning damage available. Sun has had that right now expired. So we've seen the value of Xuan. Can he get another free charge within time? No way. 20 minutes is in 15 or 10 seconds now.
Exactly. It's very close to the clock onto the Tempest Dragon. As you see, the lights in the arena, they're shining orange, they're shining yellow. That's the Tempest Dragon onto the gorge.
No flash for Wendy, no flash for Muji. One mistake will cost them their lives here.
Exactly, we've seen a big push or start onto this from Nova Esports. CY just trying to keep it locked into that range, but there's the Arrow Storm just driving them away.
Right, Shushan is really low. He does not have the Sage's Sanctuary as well. They're trying to go in for this, but the flank from the back as well. Xiang has stopped that movement from Xun. Can they finish the job here? It's falling low. That is going to be less than half. The stuns do come in. All they need is a Hard and J mark. Who secures it? It is not going to be enough. And APG secure it, but they might not have the members. Saber is down. Xiang is down. Sun first life gone. Nova are doing it, even with the deficit. And with that, they're going to try and back off. At this point, APG need to reset. They need to find some room across the gorge and finish the job. Wendy caught in the middle of 3. All he needs to do is burn Yulong down. Not going to be possible, but the base is under the attack on the side of Nova. And right now they're making a sprint. Nova, they actually get it. It's going to be 3 points for Nova Esports.
Wow, what an absolute turnaround. We were literally talking about this moments ago. If Nova goes to that Tempest Dragon, there's a chance they steal this away from APG, and that's exactly what they did here in this game number 5.
Alpha Gaming, even though they secured the Tempest Dragon, the fact that the team fight was in shambles coming in from the side of APG, which allowed Nova Esports, Wendy, selling his life towards the enemy team, making sure that the cavalry was sent directly towards the mid lane and find that 1 in a million chance to make that grand comeback. That is definitely heart-shattering for the side of APG.
Yeah, complete heartbreak for the side of Alpha Gaming because they were in control the entire game.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked about this, right? Okay, this is one of the most damaging turret-taking lineups, especially with the Agudo. So to be able to take this win away from Alpha Gaming, was it possible? Yes, it was. Was the chances slim? Pretty slim, but still, when you give them a chance, Nova rarely misses.
Exactly, Nova do rarely miss with that one. I mean, even with the Hard and Jade Steel, they knew for a fact it's like, hey, yes, they're going to claim this one from us. It's going to be hard if we try and smite this one away. So let's just fight, let's mitigate the members of APG, and let's just push that minion wave that's coming through at right time in that mid lane.
You can see the late game potential of the Global Marksman. Those arrow storms, the first one immediately deleting the health bar coming in from the side of Shisan's Lady Zen. The second one was the consistent DPS provided in eliminating these multiple members here. After this point, Son has dropped his Safe Sanctuary, Xiang has fallen from the fight, and then we see Wendy charging into the midst of all the remaining members, allowing the side of Nova Esports to go for that game-winning push.
We were joking about the Athena Rome getting like 26 deaths. Sable's pretty close with 20 deaths on this game. But I think the biggest difference maker that was so hard, that I find that this is a miracle game for Nova, was the fact that Xuan was stopped so many times as the Guan Yu, the wall saint. He flanked a million times. Xiang was there a million times as well. And even though they got that Tempest buff on the side of Alpha Gaming, it really came down to the wire. That last team fight made the world's difference for Nova.
But this just shows the utility of the Arrow Storm from the Flowborn tank, from a marksman as well, right? Like, that's the real thing that put a lot of pressure onto the backline of APG, that sorted them away and deleted them in that last team fight. But look at that. Not a single neutral objective, but yet Nova wins.
You need to think from their perspective, right? Alpha Gaming was in control after the 10th minute mark. Every single fight was in their favor, to the point where at the Tempest Dragon, 3 towers were all down for Nova, and Nova still came out on top of that. That is the absurd level that we're talking about on how Nova managed to find that comeback.
Right, so we talk about the farm lanes, and this is the one that has the biggest difference maker. Let me talk about Muji, that Arrow Storm, crazy amount of damage. We'll take a look at the damage here, almost double the side of Suns, and this is the main difference, where range really helps Nova out in those big, messy team fights.
Exactly, just sets a whole team fight up for them even before it begins, right? Just using the Arrow Storm, running down the health bars of your enemy team.
Wow. Well, I don't know who's going to be MVP, but definitely Muji is going to be one of the candidates here coming in towards this game, but it will be awarded towards CY here. Without its consistent performance in towards the middle to late game stages here, we wouldn't have come so far for Nova Esports on the Agudo Wild Rider to find that game comeback of a push.
he was taking quite a lot of damage for the team, but the most important part was the usage of his ultimate. It was always layered with the different members on the side of Nova, which allowed them to get the free damage and maximize the potential of the Arrow Storm. And you can see once Muchi hits that damage point, it's so hard to fight against the steady will of a Flowborn marksman.
Yeah, very hard, very difficult here, especially when he's just given the space, creating the space, and just using that go-to mobilization just to take the brunt of the damage of APG.
We can check out the highlights of what exactly went down in the latest of the game here, but after this point, it was still very much in control, and this was what Kim was mentioning about. Shren finding the flank, but immediately, multiple levels of CC just hacking onto our Shren here, making this Guan Yu inefficient in finding those flanks.
I would have given up on life, man. The way that I was controlled as a Guan Yu here, the wall saying, yeah, very difficult. But there's one play later in the game that shows you the difference of a couple of seconds. And I'm talking about Wendy here. When he uses the Splendor or the Moon Goddess, it really saved the game because they have to pay attention to him. Yeah. You can't leave Wendy alone because he will burst you down.
Now, this is the fight, the final one. Yulong securing the objective here, and due to the fact that Nova Muji already shot down most of the health bars, this Hail Mary play coming in from Wendy, stopping the initial recall from Shisan, from Sun, making sure that they cannot come back from this play, which allowed Nova Esports, despite a 10 of 5,000 goal lead, coming back from such a dire situation. And this is series point going into the side of Nova, MKL's second seed.
A very difficult situation to come out of. Now you know that it is series point. One more mistake will cost you the entire series. Not just a series, it costs you your tournament life.
But not only that, if they lose this next game to APG, we are going to an ultimate battle, which Nova, coming out on top of this one, has yet to win an ultimate battle just yet. Obviously, HBSE are the only team to do it, but we know Nova statistically have been beasts in the ultimate battle.
And one more thing that had yet to find a single victory today has to be the Athena role. Despite the fantastic performance so far coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming, this has been an unavoidable loss again for them. This will be a heartbreaking one. I'm worried, can Alpha Gaming actually come back from that heartbreak of loss?
Based on the stats of the games we have had since match number 2 to this match number 10, I believe, or 9 or 10, we have only had 2 ultimate battles.
Correct.
That is very little. So if we're talking about the data based on the series we have had all the way here into the lower bracket finals, the answer is no. But APG, Alpha, you know they have the standards, they have the confidence as well. Can they make that a reality?
They have to try, right? Definitely have to make this a bit of a rise of the phoenix, for lack of better words. Obviously, they did take this fall from grace. It's now up to them to rise like a phoenix and try and crush Nova Esports once again. But then they have to do it back-to-back, whereas Nova get one win, they are in the grand finals.
That's when composure makes so much sense here. That's why in that game itself, the way that Nova Esports actually managed to come back, if they weren't composed, if they wasn't really in a single line of thought process here, it will be very difficult for them to actually find that game-winning comeback here. But this is the updated global ban pick thus far, and we are going to Game 6 here. With 25 heroes default ban for both sides, it will be a bit of a headache for both squads.
I agree. In fact, I think one of the biggest headaches here is there is still the young gen for the side of Nova. There is still the Nerza for the side of Nova as well. And this is a very scary potential coming in from Nova. Knowing that they're on series point, you know this is going to be the most expensive draft they will ever come up with.
Absolutely. Very expensive draft just to try and get this point through to them onto the board here. And Nova, once again, onto the blue side. So APG want to choose that red side once again.
Well, judging from the global ban picks that I have taken a picture of, so we do have Alpha Gaming still available with the likes of the Dolia, for example, here. So it does allow them to go into the situation where they need to play the Dolia lane, the Dolia Nerza. All these are available options coming in from the side of APG. And for the side of Nova Esports, they did burn through a lot of these top tier farm lanes here. No Arlie, no Long, no DRJ, no Channel, and no Flowborn marksman here. So they are very down the pool here for the side of Nova.
I think they pull a page out of the HomeBois Blacklist Esports page, a book. Pick up the Sunbin, pick up a super tanky lineup, and just rush at your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, but the last time, obviously, we got the Sunbin, the Time Bender. We also had the White Anchor, which has obviously been used onto the side of Nova Esports. So they have to be careful with this one. What did they pair with it? Did they go for the Bai Chi?
Oh, we have not seen that. I like that. I like that.
We haven't seen that in a while. Exactly. Yeah. That's a KME special here. So we do get on into game number 6 here between Nova Esports looking for that deciding win and Alpha Gaming looking to bring it to an ultimate battle.
All right, we'll see. This one comes down to the wire. APG have a chance to make history here. Lower bracket finals. Can they bring Nova deeper into fatigue, deeper into game number 7? All they need to do is to win game number 6.
And what they won't do is allow the Luna or the Mai Shiranui to come through at this point in the game. And I can assume that the pay will not either.
Yeah, as of this level in towards the tournament here, all these top tier picks here will be really renting a spot in the pick and ban spot itself. And there you go, Blam. They paid the Mai Shiranui, Arlie, Luna, consistently banned since what? Game 3 and Game 4?
Yes, absolutely. But it's going to be the Mighty Conqueror coming through for the side of Nova. Another big pick here for Schwan, but does it get flexed into the jungle for CY?
Oh, that's a very good info, right? Because one of the junglers thus far, I'm not mistaken if it's Twisted Mind's Queen, he was the one who played the Mighty Conqueror in towards the jungle and had relevant success.
Very good success, to be honest. But APG, they're kind of teasing us. Stop it. If they really had picked up the Luban number 7 there, I would have gone crazy. But at this point, it is going to be the Marco Polo, so damage over time. Long extended fights will be the answer for Alpha Gaming.
I am Ogron.
Yes, exactly that. Obviously, the Marco Polo may be here to kind of try and maybe bait out. If they are saying like, hey, this party is going to go for the top side of the map, maybe they try to go for the monkey here.
Oh, the monkey here does do pretty well against the side of the Ogren here. Sufficiently tanky, a very decent front line that can allow the ladies on towards Muchi and Strand on the party to go for those big team fights.
It's looking like a Mankey for me, right? And now you have the ball, you have the rolling raid, frag grenade, and the Fatih just chops you and slices you from afar. But APG, I like this answer. The Charlotte is definitely something that is going to be worthwhile, right? Not only can he mitigate those stuns, he can kind of have huge damage reductions, allowing for that insane dive potential.
I think the thing that I always find very exciting here is when Siang picks up the Charlotte, do we get the KIC2025, 2024 5-man knockup from the ultimate like we saw last year? Is that going to be a case here? Is that going to be a potential for APG?
Every little thing down the line here as of this point, especially game number 6, you need those miracle plays to push yourself into the tie series here, or to potentially push yourself into the grand finals here. Every single play, it counts into the books itself.
So what would you like to pick up in the mid, right? Like, one of the things that Yixing suffers from, right, the ball master, is long range. That is something that he is going to suffer with. And Shishan did use Ganemo, no?
He used the new one, but Ganemo is still available for the side of APG here. But always, the Yixing versus the Ganemo matchup, it's like a cat and mouse game. Do I snipe you first, or do I lock you in the board first?
That's true. Okay, so Shishan did use the Ganemo in the previous series, so I'm kind of confused. I see a repeat of that. So yes, but they want to play the long game. They want to drag this out, but okay, Ganemo, Shishan, he found some success with it. Do they lock it in?
I feel like this is one of those big options here that he has to go for, because this was one of the few picks that you have relevant success in towards this day itself.
Ooh, okay, CY Fade. Is it going to be successful? This is something that could really hurt them, right? The life bars on the side of APG are relatively low, and now they bring out the Lapu potential. This one is going to hurt.
Deadly here from the side of Nova Esports. Waypip finally getting another tank pick come through as well, and obviously crucial team fight engage also here. So it does mean that the Mighty Conqueror is going to go top side of the map. And then obviously the Fade, Pantherfoot come through here, but a late Dolia pickup here with the Ganemo.
They're putting a lot of confidence and a lot of trust into Shizan in this final potential game here. If they lose this, there's a lot of pressure being thrown onto it. This is what we call pressure forging heroes and diamonds here. But going towards the side of Nova Esports here, we have the Fade and Yixing combination. And I'm looking into the Lapu. Is Waypip going to go for the Smite approach and be the funnel?
Oh, that's true. That's a consideration. But I think at this point, I think the Flash works better, right? Because you want to be able to deal with the Marco Polo, or maybe even catch out the Ganemo, Smith and Blade for Shishan unawares. We all know that Shishan is one of the most adrenaline-based players, and when he is on form, he is literally unstoppable. So right now, that is a win condition for the side of Alpha Gaming. Can you funnel all of the resources and make sure Shishan survives, gets the pressure off of him, so he can land those blades?
That's what Tom could tell, right? Obviously, if those blades are going to land, if they are going to be as feisty as we need them to, because APG obviously Lord only knows that they need this point to keep themselves into not only the tournament, but a potential bracket promotion into the grand finals tomorrow.
So much stakes on the hands for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Nova Esports currently holding the lead in this best of 7 series here. One win separates them from exiting the tournament or advancing to that grand final. This is game number 6, the final game before we head into the ultimate battle.
Yes, this is it for Nova Esports, but this could be the beginning of a new start for APG if they take this game number 6 away from Nova.
Yeah, this could be a whole new world for the side of Nova and APG. All they have to do is to see what options they can explore, and straight away Yulong makes that first steal onto the Tusk boards. And this is looking great for the side of Alpha Gaming. Now the next thing they're doing, they also know about the rotations. They know that CY has started on that Crimson buff first. And this is where the next decisions by the side of Yulong are going to be very important.
Exactly, already started to go for a bit of an invade here. It's going to be CY looking to try and contest that Azure Golem onto the side of APG, but CY's got to be careful here. Yulong was able to get that one.
And here comes the attempt by Shushan to get that finishing blow onto the jungler on the side of Nova. CY will be able to make it out. This buys him a little bit more space, but then this costs the rotational speed. Yulong is going to be just slightly faster.
Yeah, exactly. With the path capacity, it's definitely going to be faster here as well. Obviously, just having that increased movement speed, but also creating space to find your way into the enemy jungle or a new way into your own jungle. But there, completely blundering and taking away a few of these camps is going to be Saber onto this Dolia.
Yeah, this one is. It may seem like one camp, but this is really important. This is EXP. CY will not hit level 4 just yet, and Yulong is already at level 4. No pressure coming in from the side of Nova.
That's a scary thing, right? Like CY not getting to level 4, he doesn't have the hardened Jade Steel. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to steal away any of those kind of like contested smaller camps before level 4.
And this is going to put additional pressure onto Shren on this top side, which means this is a guaranteed space by going into the hands of Alpha Gaming. And with all the rotational speed in the world, this is great for the side of Alpha Gaming. TP's going to be coming down as well. He's going to join his farm laner Sun to take care, because Yulong needs that farm.
You can already see what's happening here, right? Obviously, Nova's just trying to chip away so much of that T1 into the bottom side of the map here. Then when the 4-minute mark comes up, do they go for the Tyrant? No, they look for pressure on that T1, get that run down, and then obviously Sun is forced to go elsewhere.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case, because right now, until the bigger steals happen, I think Nova still can catch up. But at this point, I mean, the goal difference, I think it's just neck and neck, right? It's about, what, less than 500 gold at this point.
Yeah, basically just like 376 it says there on top of the board there, so not even 500. It's literally negligible at 2 minutes and 45 seconds, but no real first blood come through just yet.
Which makes the first blood even more valuable, right? Imagine it goes in the hands of Yulong or goes in the hands of CY. The junglers will make the difference. But the biggest one, Sydney. If Wendy gets it, he gets to amplify his farming speed. If Shushan gets it, that amplifies his life-taking ability.
Exactly. It's going to be potential battle off of the mid lane heroes here for the side of Nova and APG, but right now, still, we see that Sun is like, you know what, Fuji's quite out of the lane at this moment in time. Let's see if we can get some pressure onto those T1s, get a little bit of damage come through, but Yulong just securing more of the jungle.
Right, so 40 seconds to see who lasts the test. Both teams, I think, will play very safe. They'll play very steady as well. You don't want to take a risk, because the cost of losing this game will be too much for either side. Nova wants to clean this up. APG wants another shot at the grand finals here.
And that other shot would be an ultimate battle here against Nova Esports. And forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I don't feel like APG's ever taken Nova to an ultimate battle.
I also don't think so. Now, we will fact check ourselves later on, but for now, it's all about Shushan. Can he get those couple plays down? Can they really batter them and soften them before the actual fight happens at the 4-minute mark?
We can only hope so, but there it is. In 1 second, it is now time to go for the neutral objectives. Yulong already starting the pace here, using those double blades from Shishan just to start it off.
Yeah, it's all about making sure that CY is able to get it. The board is landed down. Crucial kills them. And right now, if they make it out, this is all to the benefit of Nova. And they have. Everyone is safe. safe and sound. I mean, generally, Wendy is low on health, but he does have his passive to work with.
Exactly. The passive is going to keep himself alive. Actually, no, he doesn't have that passive just yet. He's going to be careful with that one, but taking liberties just to kind of clear out this minion wave and even that sprite.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see and have out of the Fade pick, right? Featherfoot is very important because his ultimate allows you to secure resources once it's down to less than 1/8 of its health, and you can't smite it away.
You can't smite it away, and just like we saw there, the Tyrant does get stolen away, so really good play from Nova. Obviously, still, you have to give props up to APG. They're still ahead with the goal lead ever so slightly. Still not being able to take that away from them is going to be Nova Esports.
Yeah, you can see the mindset behind Yulong's build here. He wants to be the main tank for the team. Going for the Dragon Rage is going to be very valuable. Okay, when he gets teamed down by quite a bit. And this is something that I'm hoping to see out of Susan. Can he get those finishing one-shots?
One shot maybe what he needs to get, right? Obviously, especially those couple blades. Those couple blades are going to tear through some of the members here on the side of Nova.
Right, we'll see how this is going to turn out. 15,800. APG still has the lead, but the map is going to start looking a little smaller because the damage is coming through. CY as well as Muchi just tearing through this T1 at the bottom.
Exactly, those early efforts are really now coming into a bigger practice here for the side of Nova Esports, who decide to go and take the T2 down to the bot side of the map. This was something we used to see from Nova in the group stage, was complete domination into one of these side lanes.
Yeah, and one of the unfortunate victims was OG as well, but we'll take a look at this. Nova, they're looking for the flank, but here comes the Ogre, and he's all alone in the middle of 3, 4, 5! He gets the Soul Conductor of Souls here. The return damage by the side of Sushan, not going to find a target at this point. And still, APG, they're looking for another chance. Jump in by the side of CY as well as Waypit. Unable to find any room for mistake, but they have staved off the aggression from Alpha Games.
Yeah, the artillery potential here, especially from Shishan, is absolutely nuts, as you saw there. If it wasn't for that correct dodge from Schwan, I feel like he would have been gone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I want to take a look at this top side now. The growth of Sun, 4,000 gold. The big thing is Muchi is catching up and keeping pace as well. This T1 is not looking, it's like it's going to stand any longer.
Yeah, but they're bot side of the map there. You can see that Xiang's getting that split push as well, so maybe he's going to get rid of that T2 down bot side. You can kind of see that CY's like, hey, that's our job. And now have to use the Hard and Jade Steel.
Oh, yeah, the Hard Jade Mount just to be a deterrence for the side of the dive for Xiang here. And it's working out well, but the damage on the T2 is looking a little bit too much. Nova, they have to find some of the answers across the gorge.
Nova definitely needs to get those answers, right? Obviously, they're still behind in terms of the gold. They're still looking to bleed through that mini wave down to the bottom side of the map. And honestly, the T2 is literally holding on by dear life.
Yeah, I want to see when Waypit is going to commit that flash Raging Siege, because it hasn't been done yet, and if it does not hit the mark, Nova instantly lose even further. It's a 1,000 goalie going into the benefit of Alpha Games already.
I feel like he's going to wait for the cleanse of Sun to be taken off, right? Like, he kind of then flash dives in on the Sun, Fever Barrage gets knocked out of its paces, and then that's it. You just kind of go ham onto the backline of APG, which is where the real damage is right now.
I don't think that's going to happen at this point. Oh, Muchi just by the skin of his teeth will secure the Crimson buff into his hands. That's going to be a lifeline for the side of Nova. They want to find that perfect setup. Muchi now will have the Shadow Reaper in his inventory as well.
Shadow Reaper, Eternity Blade, very powerful items into the early game here as well. You can kind of see that Wendy forcing to be building the anti-heal because of his Ogren and obviously the Dolia before he gets his damage items on board.
Yeah, but the later this game goes, doesn't the risk for Nova become that much higher?
Yes, it does. It definitely does come a little bit higher here, but speaking of higher, is going to be the higher achievement here from CY, once again getting that second Tyrant onto the gorge here. So the damage output for now is going to be temporarily increased.
Yeah, for 80 seconds, right? But still, nonetheless, you have to take care of your towers. Right now, the T2 at the bottom, virtually non-existent. And with the tower advantage coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming, just one extra tower, you can see they have a little bit more map control.
They do have just a little bit more map control on the side of APG, obviously, especially to those side lanes. That T2 is just waiting to bleed here, obviously, always making sure that Chuan has to take these expeditions down to the bot side of the map to clear it out.
Yeah, this is going to be a constant pain in the neck for the side of Nova, right? At the same time, T1 and mid is so low. Oh, have they found it? Setup is not going to be there, but here comes the finishing blow, maybe. He is holding off. CY finds the kill onto Shishan. No more burst damage from the mid laner, and this is the first blood of all the things that happen. And Nova, they know not to over-aggress. They're going to retreat after clearing this wave.
Yeah, obviously Sun was really hoping for a little bit more damage from either Yulong or Shishan before he got caught out there, but the dash away, the flash away from Xiyang really puts pressure onto the side of AP.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes where Xiang is going to be under constant surveillance. He's going to be in constant danger as well. And with that wave hit, what a way to force the fight. I mean, he did miss his Raging Sea, but it did set up the kill onto Shishan, which is one big factor you have to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. That takedown on Shishan gets rid of the artillery, gets rid of the where is the couple blades going to come from kind of a question that's going to always be in the back of the mind of Nova, but APG Sun, gotta be careful here. Saber coming through.
Oh, they actually get the punish here and a shutdown on the CY as well. CY was doing well, but it's a 1-for-1. And still, Alpha Gaming, this is the time to come back. They make a mad rush for the Tyrant. This is the Shadow Tyrant, by the way. Alpha Gaming, they will be able to secure this. No steals available. And now they can start the fight.
They can start the fight, but this is the typical strategy we'd like to see down bot side of the map. Is that minion wave being pushed through after getting that Tyrant? But then do they decide to open up the enemy team? But that T1 into the mid lane is definitely going down.
Yeah, the defensive board did manage to buy a little bit of time for the side of Nova, but still, this is something they have to take care of. The mid T1 being taken down means the Gorge is going to be so much darker for the side of Nova. Fog of War is going to set in, and now there is no way to go to that Shadow Overlord uncontested.
I mean, definitely Nova had the means of the early game, and now we get into that 10-minute match. It goes into a 50-50 split. Who's going to take it? But now APG looking like the stronger member.
2,000 gold ahead. This is the biggest goal difference we have seen in the game so far. Really, realistically speaking, it's all about a setup, right? If Nova gets a setup, they should be able to finish this game. But if Shishan gets the prize snipe before the fight even starts, then Nova have no chance.
They don't have a chance, but they are able to get that T2, so there's a little bit of a chance left onto the Gorge from the side of Nova Esports. But you saw that, right? Fuji was able to get that Daybreaker. He is going into that late game.
Late game, that is definitely going to be a big problem. Now, Shishan, glad that, you know, APG have actually funneled that Azure Golem into the hands of Shishan. He definitely needs a mana regeneration. And you know what? What kind of hurt the cooldown reduction as well. This is going to mean more blades for the side of Alpha Gaming, more damage, and potentially that could be the turn around factor and the coffin for the side of Nova.
They don't want that though. They do not want this to be the coffin. They want this to be the coffin breaker. They want to break out their sarcophagus off the side of Nova Esports because they were buried by HBSE.
Definitely buried. And at this point, look, Shishan just being the deterrence. Offense is the best defense as well. CY looking for an opening. Does not know that Xiang is there. Hang on, what is he doing? CY, that's a risky move. Ooh. A lot of damage coming out from Shishan as well. They cannot approach the Shadow Overlord. And with that, Alpha Gaming, they might have secured a very great chance. 12.5 minutes in. Alpha Gaming looking very steady.
Very steady indeed, getting that second Shadow neutral objective come through for the side of APG, and still not dropping that gold lead. But Schwan is going to go head-to-head against Saber. He's like, you know what, I'm going to do a lot of damage off that Mermaid because I'm sick of those heals.
Yeah, Songstress here not going to be having too much value at this point in time. They will push back the members of Nova for the time being.
Pushing us back is all they can do right now. It's obviously as APG try and get these vanguards all crash through at the same time. As you can see, top side of the map needs a little bit of TLC. No, it no longer needs TLC. This is all going in the way of APG.
APG, no more mistakes. They had plenty of control in the previous game, but Nova snuck under their noses, stole it all away, took the glory as well as the win. So Alpha Gaming, they need to make this as clean, as crisp as possible.
They do. They need to try and get some T3s here, but I mean, at the same time, we saw Nova come back from worse situations here. But it's going to be difficult. It's really going to be difficult here because APG definitely have everything going in the right direction for them.
Yeah, but I mean, they have the Blood Rage on the hands of Yulong as well. They do have the Fidget Charge. That is going to be the big difference maker.
If that connects onto some of the members of the back line of APG, Nova, but okay, hold your horses now. Just forcing them away with the board.
Yeah, they're looking for an opening. Right now, it's just slicing and dicing from the side of Shun as well. Ultimate was laid down by Wavepit. Unfortunately, did not find the value it was intended for. And with that, Alpha Gaming, they do survive that defense coming from Nova, but this means they get some space to breathe. They go back and work on the neutral objectives as well as the buff.
Yes, exactly. Because it all comes down to resources at the end of the day, and that's the one thing that APG's had over Nova this entire game.
Yeah. If CY actually can get the steal here, he does have his Hard and J mark. This could be disaster for the side of Alpha Gaming. But with Waypit's ultimate up, he does not have the flash. This is going to be a very hard setup for him.
Yeah, I mean, look at CY. He's just trying to find some kind of angle into this Tyrant camp, right? But you can see that Xiang is always trying to shoot him as well.
Yeah, this provision by the side of Xiang is so important. At the same time, Waypit is trying to provide the same value as well. Yeah. Let's see, Xuan does have the flash ultimate on this spot. He does have the flash ultimate on this spot, but there's the board being committed by board. Lay down, it's going to be secured, and right now they must survive the fight on the backlines as well. They take the first life. Waypit did not find the value he was looking for, and Muji's in trouble. The rolling raid trying to get the damage down as well. Can he finish the job with the blood rage? It might not be enough. Muji, he turns it around. Xuan and Wendy have given their life. Yilong as well as Susan. That is the main damage dealers on the side of Alpha Gaming. And you can see right away CY makes a beeline towards the top, tries to get the safety, and he's going to TP. And throughout the entire exchange, Nova get the better of it.
Yeah, what a true MVP there, performance from Muji. Obviously, all propped up from that steal is CY, but to mitigate that pressure down to the bot side of the map, they got the kill, they cleared out the minion wave, and just allowed it to keep being pushed further. But now, they've bought themselves some time, but this instant replay is really going to show you what happened here. It's a replay, obviously, yes, we have the Hard and J still, the steal come through here, but it's going to be artillery, obviously completely uncontested here by Shishan. Just having that range, really putting access onto the back line, and then it was just that, the fact that Sun was just taking Schwann's blades to the face was just so much damage.
I think the biggest difference maker was the fact that the side of Alpha Gaming was kind of confused, right? Shishan wanted to go in for the finishing blow, but there was no one to offer the protection as well. Xiang was completely away, and once again, Shishan is in danger, but he's going to be fine for now. He has the TP back to base, which means this is the potential 4v5 fight. There is a minion wave on the bottom side of the map, making their way down as well. Right now, this means the T1 is open, and Nova obliged. They will be taking this for free.
Yes, T1 opening into the mid lane here is going to be the big open in, and maybe just that another notch in the belt here for the side of Nova to try and get this game number 4.
Right, game number 4, Xiang. Oh, you know about it. He's going to make the rotations. Same thing for Xuan here. He's looking for an opening angle. Whoever gets the vision. Oh no, the backline dive. Wendy has set the board. He wants them to be locked in, but right now, Xiang manages to catch as well. A rampage for Sun. Can they do it? They found them. CY first life gone. Wendy's gone as well. Xuan and Nova completely dismantled APG. They can definitely do this. Susan is still alive. Amount of burst is available, and with his ultimate, the freshly forges up once again. Alpha Gaming, can they break the base of Nova here?
I mean, they definitely have the long range advantage, right? They have the couple blades, they have the splendid revolver just to keep them away from this one. And they're going to, with Lapu Lapu here, Waypit and Muji are the last stand.
The Raging Sea is not enough, and we might be having game number 7 here. Alpha Gaming, if they can finish off Muji, that'll be great. First life gone, not yet. And they will be managing to stave off the aggression. They lose the T3 in the mid, and Nova, this one hurts.
Yeah, Schwann and Wendy are now back up, and CY as well. They're all back into the fold. Yulong is now back onto the gorge. They're looking to go for the Shadow Overlord as they bring Yulong back through.
Right, they commit the FIFA barrage, but a steal maybe? No, a little bit too far. And now Alpha Gaming, everything according to plan. They have the Sage's Sanctuary on Xiang. They have it onto Sun as well. How much more resources can they burn from Nova?
I mean, that's probably going to be the case at point, right? Obviously, we are seeing that they have pretty much 6 slotted here. Obviously, Muji's gone forward. Obviously, the Sage's Sanctuary as he had in the previous game. We see that Wendy's pretty much 6 slotted as well there. And CY, he needs to build that last item to get that extra bit of damage come through. And then Schwann is looking to build a little bit more magic defense.
He's got the destiny. Here comes the setup by the side of Waypit. Gets a nice knock. Xuan, he wants to go, but Splendor has been committed. Can he get the kill on the Shishan? He's gone! And with that FIFA barrage, they don't even get the kill. And right now, Nova is surviving. And with this 4v5 situation, they can definitely turn this in their favor. Nova, they just need to reset. Make sure that the T3 stays standing as well. CY, he needs to make sure that he's alive. He gets his ultimate ready.
Yeah, gets it all ready with the Schwan here, being a bit of saving grace for that T3 down to the bottom side of the map, but somebody needs to go and answer the call for that top side T3 as well. With the Shadow Vanguard coming through to the mid, that pressure is on here for the side of Nova.
They're taking a risk here, CY, they say ignore the bait. The Shadow Overlord will let our Clash Nina deal with that. Can they get that finishing blow with the 100 Jake Mark? They get the steal. CY, they just need to make it out. Xiang, the chase down as well. He has his first life. They want to get the damage, but there is not enough reach, and Nova make it out after the steal, but the Crystal is in danger. Someone needs to defend this. Waypit make it happen, and they have made it in time. Alpha Gaming, they will not be able to find that game number 7 just yet.
Yeah, unlike British Transport, you see that Nova Waypit got there in time to stop that steal with the minions there. We are not going to get a Winions match here for the side of APG. Nova cannot let this go to an ultimate battle because they could lose it, especially after losing the game 4.
Yep, they're going to try Yilong. Oh, this is not the position you want to be in. He does not have the heals right now. Shushan is trying to make the difference in terms of damage. And with that standoff, it is going to be Nova in a very precarious position. The life bars are low. Waypit is not healthy. But welcome into the final battle. The Tempest Dragon has arrived.
Yes, the game-ending mechanic here for the side of both APG and Nova. They need to try and get this one, or do they look to put the pressure on with these minion waves, because it looks scary if APG gets a good fight here.
Yep, CY, he's not here. They want to make the difference on the side of Alpha Gaming. They know that he is not around. They want to turn this into an unfair advantage. Right now, the map is looking pretty safe for Nova, but it's the timing of it. Can they get the T3 at the bottom? If they can, that alleviates a little bit of pressure.
It's going to happen. The minion waves obviously coming from the Crystal, but it's going to be a little bit too late.
Right, they get it as well. Shen actually commits his ultimate. The board locks them in on the corner here. Can they find the finishing blow? Shushan looking for an opening onto Waypit, unable to find that finishing one. And with this, Alpha Gaming, they will reset. We'll see why he needs to hide. He's a little low. In the meantime, Muji does have the Sage's Sanctuary. He did not have to burn it just yet. He's going to be the winning formula, but he's so low on mana.
Yeah, I mean, that bot side of the map being completely eradicated there is going to give the pressure over to the side of Nova, because they still have their T3 just by the skin of his teeth.
Mission does have the Sky Dome. This is going to be shared by across the map for Xiang as well. They want to go in for that finishing blow. Yulong looking for, Viva Barrage coming in from Sun, but immediately taken down. The save by Waywind. Is it going to be enough? Where is the damage? Saber has been taken out, and Nova, they're doing it. They're able to take down the lives on the side of APG. Bushido has to run for his life. Xiang looking for the chase down. If they get rid of Muji, they have no more damage, and Muji will be taken out. 45 long seconds for the side of Nova. APG, they will try to hang on. First life gonna be burned out for the side of Xiang, but CY, he needs to make it out. Where's the stop? No, they don't get it. CY, he gets his life. They just need to finish the job. And Waypit, he saves the day. And here comes Shen as well. He's gonna take down Yulong. And this is gonna be the dream opening for the side of Nova. They don't get the Tempest Dragon, but they're going to be able to stave off the pressure. Nova fans are loud, they're proud.
They are definitely proud there, but I mean, you have to give it over to Wendy, right? He was in the mid lane, completely just getting that minion wave into that T2, putting even more pressure onto the side of APG, but now they have to reconvene. Yulong is back up in around about 19 seconds, CY in 9, they don't have a smite, don't look to go for this Tempest Dragon.
Stats-wise, this is not supposed to be looking good for APG, right? In fact, this should be a guarantee. If CY comes in here, I'm not sure whether he has burned up all the users of the stage's Sanctuary, but that could really be the difference maker. Look at the damage being worked down by the side of Muji as well. They don't have vision on the backline. Xiang 1v1 against the likes of Xuan. They will secure the CY, opens up his ultimate. They get it! Nova, this is the dream start! Can they finish the job? They're gonna start on the backlines. They get the first line with Shushan down. Can they finish it at this point? But in the mid lane, they need to make a run for it. We are looking at the attempt by Sun. He can try and carry, but he cannot do it. Nova, this is the dream for them. 40 seconds without Sun. All they have to do is to win the next team fight.
Yes, the team fight is going to be the big win here. Waypit trying to lead the charge, making sure he get the intel from the side of APG, trying to get those couple blades sapped away and making sure he's going to soak that damage from the top side of the map here. CY looking for the push.
Yeah, 50 seconds. This one is a little bit too long for the side of Alpha Gaming. If they do the damage on the T3s, this is going to completely turn the tables onto Alpha Gaming. This is their last stand. The dream must stay alive for them.
It must stay alive. They are looking to try and redeem the House of Nova. T3 into the mid lane gets taken down. They're looking for the T3 top side of the map. It's going to be the final fight.
Yep, it's an empty base right now. Muji carries the dream. The ball laid down. He catches 3. Can he finish the job? Jumping on the all locked down. The damage comes in. Jade marks, and you are out of this game. Right now, Nova looking for the finishing blow. Nobody falls, and it's glory, honor for Nova Esports.
Nova rises once again. Their house crumbles, but they redeem themselves from the rubble, and they are your grand finalists going through to fight HBSE.
That was one of the most intense BO7s that I've watched in the KIC 2025. Back and forth. Game 5 comeback. Game 6 Tempest Dragon to decide who will march forward. And in the end, it was Nova, the Supernova, advancing to that grand finals to meet HBSE in that fated re-encounter.
Yeah, and this is what makes it so exciting for the side of MKL, because every time it feels like there's going to be a shake-up in terms of the standings. The teams that are at the top, they rise up, they show you that no, there is a reason why there is a 1, 2, 3 in MKL, and for now, it is status quo.
With status quo in mind, Nova Esports takes the winner's bow here as they do get the well-deserved victory after 6 hard-fought battles. They came into the stadium, the venue, in the early morning here. But as we celebrate the victors of the day, we have to thank Alpha Gaming, the 3rd seed coming in from the NPL. They have fought strong and hard through the lower brackets here, but this is where they have to exit the tournament. We thank for their participation, and congratulations, you are 3rd in the world.
Yeah, definitely they must stand proud, right?
Yes.
This was a heck of a last game. I mean, it was down to the wire at this point, but APG, they held on, they pulled it all the way to game number 6. Unfortunately, they did not make the cut, so they will be sent home, and tomorrow we get that grand finals we deserve.
Yes, absolutely cutthroat here for the side of APG, but they did try the hardest. They are the 3rd place, but we are looking at Nova proceeding through.
This is coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. So definitely it's a painful experience here. You know for a fact that it's very saddening that you lost Game 5 in such a comeback wave against your opponents, knowing for the fact that in Game 6 alone, it was very possible for you to bring it into the final ultimate battle here, but the last few moments was the key difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, just the usage of the Sage's Sentry, that was the difference maker in this game. Very few games in KIC 2025 have been brought down to the wire at this particular level. So just Muji being able to survive it, and that was so intense.
Oh yeah.
Muji taking a fall at that last moment, I felt like, oh no, that's over for Nova. And maybe we get to see the rise of MKL's number 3 to take over Nova to take that number 2 slot. But no, they did not want that to happen.
No, it was very close, but obviously you have to give over props to APG. They did play their heart out, but Nova just, they know how much this meant to them to be redeemed and look to try and take revenge onto HBSE tomorrow. But we're looking at these stats, right? Obviously a lot of damage outputs because we were at 24-minute game, and looking at Muji there, 185k damage.
And all this damage now, it was sent towards one man coming from Alpha Gaming here. Almost 300,000 damage tanked by APG's Yulo on the Soul Guy.
It's crazy, and I mean, they did find some value. Shishan was actually doing his job so well, but then they found out the reason for their success, and it truly was because of Shishan. So what was the call from the side of Nova? It was just CY, go and hunt down this Smith and Blade. Once he's out of the fight, they don't have the damage. You can have Sun throw as many fever barrages as you want, but he's going to be taken out immediately.
Well, this goal lead explains a lot, right? Where Alpha Gaming, they were at the edge of the final push here, but it was Muji with those final few frag grenades kiting out and extended the game into a Tempest Dragon here. And this is the jungle head-to-head matchup here. CY piloting the assassin and Yulong piloting the Soul Guy here.
Yes, the Featherfoot coming through here for the side of Nova Esports. CY with those crucial Ardent Jade Seals really changed the whole pace of this game.
Yeah, it's crazy because if you take a look at the stats, damage taken, higher on the side of Yulong. Invasion rate, higher on the side of Yulong. Vision score, higher on the side of Yulong as well. And still, they couldn't close it out.
That was because this game was in the control of Alpha Gaming here. But you know who came up when times would matter the most? It was Muji with the most consistent Lady Sun pick in this Game 6 here. He was really the lifesaver of Nova in preventing the series of going into an ultimate battle.
The Cannon Bell, also known as Lady Sun for our OG players here, 2, 1, and 5. Now, damage taken was a little bit much in terms of like 16%, but this came at the appropriate times where he gave his life for the cause because he was already dealing the damage.
Yeah, he was down for the brawl. He was there to make sure that those prime plays were being made, especially down that bot side of the map, which we probably will see in these highlights where we saw a team wipe almost potentially happen for Nova.
And this was the primary fight that Alpha Gaming found the potential last game push here. Son found a beautiful engage towards the backside, getting 3 core members. It was down to Waveit and Mochi here, but they hold on to Stronghold so well, delaying it into a Tempest Dragon. This one, Yulong coming in with the Fever Barrage onto a Son here, immediately gets sniped down from the side of Mochi here, coming back from spawn, but didn't swap to the Destiny here. And Mochi, as of this point, he's over to the backline here, getting caught out. We were all thinking like, what's going on? What is this game going to extend into a further marker here? But this was a beautiful play coming in from Sean.
They got Muji, they got CY, everyone, that the long range damage you were expecting out was not there. But the fact that they got Yulong down created this beauty of a situation here where CY was able to outsmite and get the ultimate down.
This was the beauty of the Featherfoot fade here. Your ultimate, the hardened Jade Seal, gets you primary access into these objective takes here. Hence, in the final few moments here, when you have no more towers, you have no more identity, you will be losing to an overpowered Tempest Bug tearing down your base.
Last combination, super beautiful. Board by the side of Wendy. You also have the Raging Sea ultimate from the side of Lapu Lapu on Waveit, and then you have the finishing blow coming in with the dash from CY. Everything when it mattered came down to the wire. Nova delivered.
They did deliver that one. I mean, they definitely did deliver, with the exception of the audience there as well, right? We saw some amazing reaction from the audience, and they were loving it. Even though there's not a PKL representative in this competition anymore, they are supporting Nova, and they have been doing it since we were in the shooting gallery, right? They were flashing the Nova chips. They now have some Nova placards. We've got some real Nova fans here in the Philippines.
You could hear how much they were screaming and showing the energy when Nova Esports was really going in for the final few pushes here. But man, what a series thus far. We really have to hear more from Mara and Butters, that they will be interviewing the winners of this interview and also the losers of this interview. Take it away, Mara and Butters.
Everybody, let's give a big round of applause to our grand finalist, Nova Esports. Waveit, Xuan, congratulations. You've made it to the grand finals. But you know what I'm so curious about, Waveit, is that you had a very long day today. Great matches. How did you prepare after HomeBois Black Shoe Esports sent you down the lower bracket? You guys had a lot of fight.
We just go to have a nap and eat food, just like that.
You had a nap?
Yes.
You didn't practice at all after?
No, because I'm so tired.
You're so tired because you woke up so early today.
Yes.
And it looked like the nap works because all you have to do is reset and you came back like you're 100%.
Ready physically and mentally. Now I have a question for Xuan. This time around, APG, you had a lot of matches against this team. But right now, was there something different between you guys? Because they got a bit close today to getting that ultimate battle with you guys.
APG don't want to lose, then that's why very hard.
APG put up a good fight. They didn't want to lose. That's why it was a hard match for today. Speaking of hard matches, you're going to go up against HomeBois Black Shoe Esports tomorrow. And you've already lost twice to them in a best of 7. There's the camera right there. They're listening to you. What would you like to say to your opponent tomorrow, to HomeBois Black Shoe Esports?
We will win tomorrow.
You will win tomorrow. It's as simple as that.
Now that you're done with your opponent, let's go to the ones who support you. Waveit, can we ask you for a message for all the supporters and all of the believers that believe that Nova can bounce back after that loss. And tomorrow, for the Grand Finals, they're really hoping to see you guys win.
Tomorrow Grand Final, we will come back.
It's definitely going to be a great match. Once again, everybody, put your hands together for Nova Esports. Thank you so much, Gwen. Thank you so much, Waypit. Congratulations. Butters, they're really proving how strong Malaysia is. But of course, one of the brothers have fallen. But let's give respect and introduce for the last time, APG. Let's give a round of applause to Saber. Saber, you hear that? They're cheering for you. You and your team put up such a great fight. It just so happens that Malaysia is really the strongest, and you went up against a really strong team today. But regardless what, Malaysia is so proud of you. Even the Filipinos here are clapping for you. What is your final message to everybody, Saber?
We already tried our best. Thank you for all the support, and we will be better next time.
Saber, we thank you because your team APG put on such a great show for everyone. You heard everyone cheering for you, yelling APG. And I have to say, one team's rise doesn't make you any weaker. It just means that Malaysia is the strongest of them all. But you know what? We look forward to what you have to show in the next competition. We are so impressed by what APG has shown us. This is just the continuation of your journey. The whole world sees how great APG is. Everybody, let's give him the honor. One more time. Everybody say APG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Now we're going to be discussing a lot more about what's going to be happening tomorrow. Butters, it gives us so much heartache to say goodbye to a team that is so strong.
Yeah, it's been a year since we experienced KIC, and to be honest, seeing teams being eliminated just because there's a better team than them, it doesn't get any easier. It really doesn't get any easier every year.
But one thing is for sure, that regardless who won today, Malaysia is the strongest of them all. We're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, and also Butters here. Congratulations to the side of Nova Esports here. A very good interview to show that they are ready for the upper bracket grand finals here. But it's with a heavy heart to say we do have to bid goodbye to the side of Alpha Gaming, despite a very good performance thus far.
Yeah, I think this one was a hard-fought victory for Nova, so APG definitely should be proud. May not have been the alpha for this particular match, but they're the alpha in the near future. When they come back into the next year, next season as well, I think this is going to be a monster squad to watch out for. And of course, this brings us to the next stage of events here. I'm so curious about what's going to happen tomorrow, Sagi.
Well, for tomorrow, it will be very interesting because this is the grand finale. Grand Finals featuring HomeBois Blackstreet Esports, MKL's champion, against Nova Esports, MKL's second place here. Both of these teams really polished and very heavy with those titles that they have harnessed from 2024 into 2025.
Exactly, and obviously Nova, they did have titles in this year as well. Season 3 Invitational Champions. They have the MKL Spring Champions under their belt and top 3 in KWC. So even though HBSE took the win today, doesn't mean that Nova falls short tomorrow.
I mean, this is the rematch we deserve. I mean, were we satisfied with the 4-1 win by the side of HBSE against Nova? No way. Come on, we want more action. We want more close and tight battles. This one was so tight between Nova and APG. I think we can all expect even higher standards tomorrow.
I think that was one of the best BO7s I've watched so far in the entire KIC. But this will be the upcoming tomorrow final day of our KIC matches here, featuring Team Carl versus Team Nochi on the 2v2 show match, into Team Pause with Team Wings in the 5v5 show match, and then the grand finale starts at 6 p.m. GMT+8, featuring champions clashing against champions in their own respective.
Yeah, we've been duking it out for close to 3 weeks already, and it is time to finalize, conclude the journey. And of course, we are left with the MKL teams, the strongest region, proven already, and we want to see who within MKL is the strongest for KIC 2025.
Exactly, that's the most important part, right? Is that yes, you can be top of the Malaysian King League, but can you be the champion in an international competition?
That is true here. This will be the grand finale here for the entire, I think, 12 days coming into the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Today is the day 6 of the knockout stage, with 2 more teams being eliminated. Blacklist International and also Alpha Gaming getting 4th and 3rd respectively for their own cause. We have finally dwindled down to the final 2 here.
Yeah, and this one's gonna be a little bit spicier because the prize is, being number 1, you get 300,000 USD. If you're 2nd place, you get cut in half. It's gonna be 150,000 USD for you instead.
But not only that, you get your FMVP skin if you are the FMVP of the winning team. So that's already kind of looking towards these 2 Malaysian teams that really, if we look and boil it down to their heroes, we could be seeing some really cool FMVP skins.
I think if you go towards the jungle side, Luna, Jing, Flash, Dharma, Charlotte, Farm, Arlie, yeah, all those, these are definitely candidates that we will be talking about tomorrow, because, especially, it brings a lot of value. This is the first ever FMVP skins in our HOK esports environment.
Yes. Don't forget the Roams. Come on, Roam lives matter. We want more Zhangfei skins.
No one wants a support FMVP skin. We want Clash lane, we want jungle, we want farm lane, we want mid.
But hey, it's been a fantastic day so far here in Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. My name is Sagi HOK. Alongside of me is also Blab and also Kindofu. We thank you for watching the epic finale of the lower brackets. Tomorrow, we will venture into the grand finale of the upper bracket. Good night and see you tomorrow.
After intense, fierce, and heart-stopping battles, we finally found our final 2, the best of the best, our grand finalists, HomeBois, Blackshrew Esports, and Nova Esports.
Mara, after everything we saw, I learned 2 things today. Number 1, that Malaysia is the strongest region in HOK Global. And number 2, I actually now know what penultimate means.
And the teams really did deliver a penultimate day. They rose to the expectations that were set for them. After all, they're called the strongest region for a reason.
It's Malaysia versus Malaysia in the grand finals. An MKL rematch. And if one holds the title of King of Malaysia, who will be the kings of the world?
And we can't wait for what's about to come tomorrow. Once again, my name is Mara Aquino.
And I'm Butters.
And you've been watching the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Keep with the good guys, everybody, and see you tomorrow in the grand finals.
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night.